Sawkiw. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Ukrainian Congress Committee, as well as the Director of its DC office under the name of the Ukrainian National Information Service. It's an honor to be here. Unfortunately, the president of the organization could not attend. Not to say that I'm a substitute, but I'll try to fill the ranks as much as I can here. This is a very important conference this year. Every conference of this nature is important, but obviously this is very important in terms of it first being in Washington, D.C. Everything that we have experienced in the past 2 years in terms of the war in Ukraine disseminates basically from Washington, D.C. in terms of the support that has been given to Ukraine. Security support, financial support, as well as humanitarian assistance. And the world, Kyiv in particular, looks to Washington, D.C., looks to the United States for that type of support. And given the panel discussion, the highlights, the theme, how might U.S. best aid Ukraine in its present hour of need, I'm actually reminded of a quote as I walk the halls of Congress fairly often on a day-to-day basis. I'm reminded of a quote in the United States Capitol that talks exactly about the dilemma that we're in right now of how to assist Ukraine and provide that desperately needed military security assistance to Ukraine. The quote is as follows. Whenever a free man is in chains, we are threatened also. Whoever is fighting for liberty is defending America. End of quote. That, I think, is a good introduction to our featured speaker for this particular discussion. That Ukraine right now, I would argue, is not just defending liberty itself, its own sovereignty, its own territorial integrity, its own independence. For that matter, therefore, in accordance to this quote, Ukraine is defending the interests and defending the United States. It's incumbent upon all of us, every single one of us, to interact with our elected officials as much as possible. Do not forsake this and let this off to and give this to someone else as their homework assignment. Your homework assignment on behalf of us leading the Ukrainian American community is to please contact your elected officials. But I ask you another favor, not just you, not just the 50 to 100 that are in this room, but when you go home to contact your neighbors, when you go home to contact your friends to do exactly the same thing. Numbers will make a difference for us. The numbers, obviously, in terms of the assistance to be given to Ukraine, but the volume of the phone calls and emails that every member of Congress, whether on the House of Representatives or the United States Senate, can provide in terms of this voice for freedom, the voice for liberty that Ukraine is defending right now. With that, I'd like to introduce our featured speaker for this panel discussion, Mr. Denis Sienyk. He is a career Ukrainian diplomat, and he now serves as the Deputy Chief of Mission of Ukraine at the Ukrainian Embassy here in the United States since August of 2023. Prior to his arrival in Washington, in January of this year, he has held various positions with Ukraine's diplomatic service, which includes Chief of Staff at Ukraine's First Deputy Foreign Minister and postings at the embassies of Ukraine in Canada and the United Kingdom. I'd like to say that also on behalf of the Ukrainian community, it's an honor to be working in close cooperation with the Embassy of Ukraine. The skilled diplomats that we have here, not just in Washington, but throughout all of Ukraine's diplomatic posts. It's an honor and a privilege to be working with them as we look to defeat the enemy. And that's the word that needs to be used, is to defeat the enemy. It's not just Ukrainian victory, but the enemy has to be defeated. And with that, I give the floor to my very good friend, Denis.
Thank you so much, Michael. Likewise, it's an honor to work with you on a daily basis and with the whole Ukrainian community and your friends. And I really want to thank you for standing firm in support of Ukraine for the last 10 years. The low intensity war that Russia started in Crimea was a test. It was a test for Ukraine, it was a test for Putin, it was a test for Russia, and it was a test for the whole world. At the beginning, Russia was quite shy to take the responsibility of what it did in 2014. Russia was waiting for the international response. Others were waiting to see what happens next. Ukraine was fighting. We understood that was just the beginning. And many didn't understand that, let's be frank. Many didn't want to accept the reality. We must be grateful to everyone for the support Ukraine has received since 2014, and we are. Unfortunately, it was never enough. Just as in 2014, the Putin's attack in February 2022 was intended as a blitzkrieg, right? But the goal was already different. The goal was to destroy Ukrainian state as such within a few days. The history has yet to learn the names of brave Ukrainians and foreigners who made what seemed to be impossible. Though we may not know all the names of all of them, especially those on Ukraine's occupied territories who sacrificed their lives trying to save the lives of others. Those who found rest, if I may say that word, rest, if I'm talking about mass graves in Bucha, Izum, Mariupol. It's hard to digest the scope of atrocities Russia committed in Ukraine. All those images of bodies of children killed by Russians, those bodies of civilians shot dead with their hands tied behind, destroyed hospitals, maternity houses, schools, kindergartens, women and children killed and raped. It's a pure genocide, and we have to openly admit it. And Ukraine's Prosecutor General's office has registered 120,000 war crimes. Russians kill, Russians torture, Russians use Ukrainians, civilians as a human shield, Russians kidnap Ukrainian children, which is a war crime. As I'm speaking now, Russia keeps destroying our cities, our villages, launching guided bombs, missiles, rockets. It's happening at the time when Ukraine faces critical shortage of ammunition, air defense, long-range missiles, simply bullets. Just this month, the intensity of shelling by Russian military increased by almost a quarter. 1,500 attacks over 570 Ukrainian settlements. It's huge. And we had to leave, as you know, our stronghold Avdiivka in eastern Ukraine, the one we've been defending for 10 long years. Unfortunately, the reason for that was the lack of ammunition. Frankly, it's hard for me to understand what Ukrainian soldiers felt when they received the order to retreat. But the president of Ukraine has made the right decision. He decided to save the lives of Ukrainian soldiers, defenders, so that when we receive the necessary weapons, they could continue fighting. And could continue liberating our lands, just as they did, liberated 50% of our territories, cleared the Black Sea, eliminated 1/3 of Russian Black Sea fleet. But the problem is that every square mile we leave, it will be very, very hard to get it back. And unfortunately, as military know who are present here today with us, the price we will have to pay to return every square mile will be much more higher than if we had the necessary resources to protect this square mile and to stay where we are and actually to advance. And I really want to thank you, and I really want to thank the Ukrainian community for working hard to protect Ukraine, for reaching out to congressmen and senators, not only requesting the assistance for Ukraine, but thanking them for helping Ukraine. Many senators and congressmen actually need to hear that. It's so vital to keep on doing that. You know, the time has come to stop being hesitant. You know, being afraid of some repercussions or of what Putin can do in response, of escalation. As someone is considering whether to provoke Putin, he is coming closer to the borders of our neighbors who are NATO member states, and he will not stop. It's the very doctrine of Russia and Russian foreign policy that the West is an enemy. And it's wrong to think that negotiations and appeasement could serve as a response to Russia's aggression. He cannot be trusted. Just as he violated dozens of ceasefire regimes since 2014, between 2014 and 2022, just as he executed Ukrainian soldiers in Avdiivka, they promised to save their lives so that we could exchange them for Russian prisoners. They killed them. I strongly believe that the peace can only be won. And through united efforts and the global coalition in support of Ukraine, it can be done, and it must be done. By increasing sanctions against Russia, by freezing more Russian assets, by redirecting frozen Russian assets to rebuild Ukraine, by creating grounds to prosecute Putin, by establishing the International Tribunal, but most importantly, as you all understand, by providing Ukraine with the necessary weapons. We are not asking anyone to come to our land to fight for us. We can do that. Luckily, we have manpower to do that, yet. And we are really grateful to American workers in 40 states across the country who are producing weapons that is sent to Ukraine. And actually, by helping us, the US administration is making a huge investment, as you know, to the American economy, but not only to American economy, but to the national security of the United States of America and allies. Putin has questioned the very essence of the international order and of values and principles that the whole civilized world, including the United States, is based on. And the question now is whether we permit him to continue seeding the terror in the world, or we stop him right now. And the problem is that other adversaries are watching. It sends them a clear signal what they can do if Russia is not punished. The difference is that they will not test us like Putin did in 2014. They will act immediately. And the price we all will have to pay will be much more higher than we pay now. And as President Zelensky said, Everything what makes us good partners also makes Putin weaker. So that's the only way Ukraine can be protected is our united efforts. And the future of at least several generations depends on whether we are determined to act now, but not tomorrow. And actually, unfortunately, even now is already too late. And I really hope that the issue of assistance to Ukraine will be resolved very soon. And I'm not talking about military assistance only. I'm talking about economic assistance as well. It's so important to understand that the economic assistance for Ukraine is also an investment to our security. If our economy is not able to run, it will have a direct impact on our capabilities to keep on fighting. And trust us, we are doing our best to ensure the growth of our economy, to conduct the vital reforms. And the aim is to increase internal revenues so that we become self-sufficient, more independent, so that we don't ask money from you, but can spend our money on ourselves. The question is, if we will be constantly under missile attacks, and if we will be retreating, losing soldiers, and Russia will keep sending bombs and missiles at Ukrainian cities, factories, plants, the question is whether we will be able to do what we wanted to do in order to secure the economic growth. It will be a problem. Because Russia knows where our infrastructure is, and they deliberately target these objects. Ukrainian civilians, of course, that's their aim. Schools, kindergartens. Just today, a hospital was bombed, destroyed in eastern Ukraine again. But they also want to destroy our industrial potential. So the assistance to Ukraine, which includes security, military assistance, and economic assistance, and humanitarian assistance, are all interconnected. And trust me, we are using this assistance responsibly. We submit all the reports to the US Congress, to the US administration, to IMF, all our partners. The issue is that if this vital assistance doesn't reach us now, unfortunately, we will need way more in times later. And the more time we give to Putin, the more resources he has, because the Russians, unfortunately, are not sitting. They're doing their best to circumvent the sanction regimes. They work with Iran, with North Korea that are supplying them ammunition and missiles, including ballistic missiles, that are flying over Ukraine, killing us and destroying us. And as Michael said, we are fighting not for Ukraine only, we are fighting for our common cause. Not only for Europe, but for everyone. Because eventually, when Putin reaches NATO borders, American soldiers will have to be engaged. Sooner or later, I don't believe Putin will stop. And the cost we all will pay will be much higher. And that's what we really don't want to happen. We want to keep as many lives as possible. And I'm not talking about Ukrainian lives only. Thank you so much.
Ms. Thank you very much for that very comprehensive overview of the current state of affairs of Ukraine right now during 735 days of war. I can only imagine what the average Ukrainian citizen is thinking about, how that they have had to bear war for 2 years, full-scale war in Eastern Ukraine and in Crimea for the past 10 years. And basically, to summarize, I think what Denis, what the DCM from the Ukrainian embassy has been saying, is that we must win the peace. But what does winning the peace mean? It doesn't just mean that the rockets and the bullets stop from one side or from the other side. It means to deter for the future. And that deterrence from the future is the safety net, obviously, for the democratic principles which Ukraine right now is standing firm on its territory, defending Western principles, values, and the like. But obviously, it is also for the Western hemisphere as we know it, for those principles of democracy, which Ukraine holds so near and dear after almost 80 years of communism and obviously centuries of occupation and domination under the Russian Empire. So once again, I thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Denis, for a truly excellent remarks in terms of what is necessary for us to do. How do we continue doing it? And again, I leave with this to say, please go home, write your member of Congress. I will add to what Denis had mentioned as well, and thank your member of Congress. That is also truly important, to thank them for what they have done to date, but also to request their assistance to continue helping Ukraine and protecting and winning the peace. Thank you very much.
I saw someone actually had a question for you, DCM, but I didn't think we were doing questions, but I just wanted to tell you and Mike that I appreciated it because the comprehensive way that you've explained exactly the pain. I sense the pain of Ukraine in your words. Others have given us the facts and so on and so forth, but you've expressed that pain. You've said to us, we really don't understand. We've been doing these dialogues for 25 years. We're talking about Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic future for 25 years. We thought that we were on the right path. We chose the right path. And apparently then the world isn't listening to carefully. So I'm glad that you emphasized it. You're in that long tradition of excellent DCMs. Those what are called the deputy ambassadors that really have been stars. Ishchuk, Pristoyko, and I know somewhere along the line I'm going to probably meet you as a foreign minister of Ukraine. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Denis. With that, we now can move on to the afternoon events. And Ambassador Courtney, please do not run away. Ambassador Courtney, you're the first one to be invited. And we have Alexander Daniluk online. Andrij. And Paul Goble. Yes, because we know we have TX. Dr. Hams is here as well. Yes. Paul is on.
He's coming on. I have not had.
Yeah, because that's the second time we've got a problem with Ukraine. And I'm just worried about it. Yeah.
You're it.
All right. Then we do have, Ambassador Courtney, all I can say is as I said, we've got some of the finest senior diplomats in Washington involved with Ukraine. I don't know how it's happened, but in that long train that we've seen, Taylor and Herbst and Volker, Bill Courtney's name is right up there as one of the finest diplomats I've ever met. And so I'm handing it to his able hands to run this particular session.
Thank you, Walter, very much. We have really three terrific speakers in our panel. T.X. Hammis is the author of a book called The Sling and the Stone, War in the 21st Century, which has become a legendary book in the U.S. Armed Forces and the defense community in general. In his 30 years in the Marine Corps, he served at all levels, including command of an intelligence battalion, an infantry battalion, and the chemical biological incident response force. He participated in stabilization operations in Somalia and Iraq. Paul Goble is a legendary scholar of the former Soviet space, a longtime specialist on ethnic and religious questions in Eurasia. His Window on Eurasia series is perhaps the most insightful product that anyone can have, the rest of us can have access to, about things happening deep inside Russia. Paul served in various capacities in the U.S. Department of State, CIA, and the International Broadcasting Bureau, as well as VOA and RFERL, and at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. And Alexander Danyuluk, I don't know if he's coming on, I hope so. He is the co-author of an important study which was published by the Russian United Services Institute on analysis of special operations in the war in Ukraine. He currently heads the Center for Defense Reform and is a coordinator of the NATO-Ukraine Intergovernmental Platform for Early Detection and Countering of Hybrid Threats. And then he is also a research contributor to RUSI. So let me just offer a couple thoughts at the beginning here, and then we'll turn to TX. So you've probably seen that a long New York Times article a few days ago that the CIA has supported a network of a dozen bases in Ukraine that allow the Ukrainian military to track Russian spy satellites and eavesdrop on conversations between Russian commanders. These intelligence networks are more important than ever as Ukraine has stepped up sabotage and long-range missile strikes, both of which require spies behind enemy lines. Ukrainian naval drones and anti-ship missiles have sunk or damaged a third of Russia's Black Sea fleet and allowed Ukraine to increase exports of grain back to levels almost at the level prior to the war. And in this winter, Ukrainian drones have attacked Russian refineries and other oil and gas infrastructure across a wide landscape between the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea. So these are examples of special operations that have really made a huge difference in the war, and sometimes they get less attention than the ground forces stalemate. But it's important to pay careful attention to the special operations because Ukraine has been very successful in that. TX.
Okay, thank you. I am not going to attempt to advise the Ukrainians how to fight. They are facing a unique condition in the history of warfare. We've never seen a battle like this. So for Americans to come in and say you should fight our way is the height of arrogance. The other problem being late in the day speaker is that General Hodge has already made all my points. On the other hand, I do know we have a West Point graduate and an A&M graduate in the audience, so I'm going to repeat a couple of them because I don't sure they're stuck.
Speak slower.
Smaller words. So General Hodges hit on the point that what, not on a how to fight, but what they want to accomplish. And destruction of headquarters, artillery, and logistics is the way to go. And why? Well, as a historian, since 1750, kind of the modern warfare era, anytime you have two healthy powers fight each other, wars last between years and decades. And of course, this one's already been going for more than a decade. So we shouldn't be thinking in terms of game changers and short wars, but we've got to think in terms of a long war. And long wars end in one of two ways historically, either by conquest and destruction, which you don't do with a thermonuclear armed power, or by economic exhaustion. And so that's why the Black Sea piece is so important, because if the Russians can cut off that export route for Ukrainian grain, it impacts the Ukrainian economy and ability to withstand the conflict. So I think that's very important. We're supposed to talk about cyber. Now, on cyber, EW, and special operations. Cyber, this war has revised the general opinion. Everybody said cyber is going to be offense dominated. And what it's proven to be is the defense has held its own. In fact, what's really interesting about it is that it's now a contested environment. It's a constantly contested. There's no huge advantage to going first. Information, the Ukrainians have a very solid program. They're very good at getting their message out. This conference is one indication of that. But also it's interesting on that is that the Russians have been massively effective. For very little investment, they have tied up a significant portion of the US public, including spokespeople on Fox News, spokespeople within the Republican Party, who essentially are parroting Russian views. That's an incredibly powerful information program. How do we counter that? We've got to be more flat out calling it out. Ambassador Haley called it out the other day by saying, essentially, Mr. Trump is a spokesman for Mr. Putin. We have to have more of that to get across the point. However you want to vote for the election is a different thing, but on this particular point, we need to go that direction. On EW revolutionized war, the way it's being fought. The U.S. has 5 domains of war: air, land, sea, space, cyber. We don't even have a domain for EW. So that's how little we thought about it. And Frank Hoffman, who has been working in the Pentagon since Christ was a corporal, has a really good point about this. If you don't have a domain, you don't have a bucket to put the money in. Pentagon puts money in buckets that have labels. If you don't have a label, you get what falls out of somebody else's bucket. And we see that in how far behind we've been in EW. So we've really got to get on that. And as Zinovi said earlier, experiment. Send all this stuff to Ukraine. I don't care if it's certified or tested. Let them test it. They're obviously very, very creative with whatever we give them. Give them the material. Tell them to play with it. Figure out what they can do with it. And then for special operations, this is massive. The biggest problem you've got for anybody on this battlefield is, how do I move without being seen? If you've been watching the videos, it is absolutely horrendous. Day, night, all weather. You're seen if you move out there. Special operations, your problem is you've got to get through the enemy line to do your operation. How do you get across that span of no man's land? There's some interesting technologies that help, but we've also got to rethink how we do it. Does the operator have to penetrate, or does only the drone have to penetrate? And we've got to go to autonomy. The Ukrainians plan to produce 1 million drones this year. So I don't want to be anywhere near that battle space in a tank or an armored vehicle. An armored vehicle is an infantry squad neatly packaged for destruction, because I'll see you and I'll fly into you and I'll get the secondary. And then as we start to go to deep strike, I don't know how the Ukrainians have managed to do the attacks on the oil system, but they've actually ended up with Russia now will not export any gasoline because of shortages. And they're hitting their facilities. They're going deep. One of the keys is you don't have to bring the explosive, you have to bring the detonator. If you get 50 pounds of explosives into a gas tank full of fuel, you've got a great secondary detonation. They've done this across Ukraine. It's been highly successful. And I think that's kind of what special operations has to do. It has to link exquisite target analysis to long-range strike, and if need be, infiltrate somebody on the ground to do the terminal control. But with that, I'm going to leave it with that. But again, stress, this is a unique war. Don't be the cavalryman in 1914 explaining how you're going to charge. If you just charge on your horses fast, you get across those machine guns. Give the Ukrainians the weapons. Let them figure out how to use them.
Well, TX, there's been some discussion in here before about the Gulf War, Iraq War, and other things. But what sort of lessons do you think are appropriate and not appropriate for the current situation?
I think the key thing in the Gulf War, this is a war that's now almost a quarter of a century old. In history, that's a very, very long time, particularly with a period of rapid military innovation. This is the span between 1914 and 1939. So if you're commander in 1914 and you're successful, don't use the same tactics in 1939. One of the big things, we keep talking about air superiority, and General Breedlove obviously disagreed with me on this, but mobile anti-air systems, we have not figured out how to defeat them. It's not like it hasn't occurred to the Ukrainians that air superiority would be a good thing. And it's not like it hasn't occurred to the Russians. They just can't do it. Because against mobile air defense systems, they keep bringing down your jets. And so you're stopped with this problem of there's this kind of dead zone in between the two armies that air power can't penetrate into, but you can loft bomb into it. Or you can run drones through it. Because with 1 million drones, who cares if somebody shoots down 100,000 of them? So that's, I think, understand that you're fighting in a very different environment with a very different enemy. And so don't try to say, if you just fought the way NATO would, it would work, because NATO would have gotten massacred in that offensive. Those minefields, we have no way to get through those minefields. We have no way to deal with this number of drones. We're working on it, but we just can't stop the numbers of drones that are coming at you. So that was a happy note.
Okay. Paul, over to you.
Thank you, Bill. I completely concur with the other speakers in this conference who've stressed that we shouldn't be telling the Ukrainians what to do or telling them how we know how to do things and they don't. But I think there is one thing that we can do that might be important to the outcome of this war. And that is that the Ukrainians themselves need to remember their own experience. And there's one aspect of that experience which it seems to me hasn't gotten sufficient attention. And indeed, if you want to read about it now, you generally have to read about it from the independent press of Belarus or in the West. And that's this. When the Soviet armies went into Ukraine in 1945, they faced a partisan resistance movement that lasted 11 years. The Ukrainian partisans outlasted Stalin. They were able to show to the peoples of the region and to the men in Moscow who were trying to control it that there was no safe haven for Moscow's agents in place, that there was no area that Moscow had effectively taken for all time. They were able to convince people in Moscow that if they kept taking more and more places in where there was more and more resistance, they would face an increasingly dangerous environment. It seems to me that, and this is the one thing I want to stress, that Ukrainians today need to begin to think about the creation of a partisan movement on the territory where Russian troops now are. They need to make sure that Russian forces, and more importantly, the Russian leadership and the Russian population, recognize that that the fact that the Russian army has retaken, quote unquote, this or that population center does not mean that Russia has reconquered it, that must be kept in question. It is certainly true that the further Russia advances, the greater the cost will be to those of us in the West who failed to support Ukraine as we should have and should now. But we also need to encourage the behavior of the Ukrainians in the currently occupied territories to create a situation where Russia has no confidence that its line on the map, in fact, represents a line of control. That's important for another reason too, and it's much more cosmic and one that I think we have to think about. Some people, many people in fact, have been talking in recent months that what Putin is doing is trying to restore the Soviet Union. The fact is, what Putin is in fact doing is to restore the conditions under which the Soviet Union dissolved. What if were he tragically to be able to retake, to have the Russian army move all the way to the Polish border? The percentage of the population of the territory of the Russia that Putin controls or is in charge of would fall from about 70% now to 54 or 55% at best. We know that the Soviet Union came apart at least to a degree, because by 1991, the ethnic Russians formed only about half of the population. Mr. Putin is driving his country in the same direction. Ukrainians need to remember that as well. They must ensure that there are no safe havens for Russians on what Moscow thinks as occupied territory. That's even more important than attacking places inside the Russian Federation, because if Moscow concludes that having its army advance here or there does not give it effective control, then ever more people will focus on the fact that what Putin is doing is self-destructive of the Russian Federation as a whole. And in doing this, in focusing on Ukrainian land, not only that which was within Ukrainian borders in 1991 and is still legitimately Ukrainian territory, I very much hope that Ukrainians will recur to an even older tradition of focusing on the so-called wedges, the most prominent of which is the green wedge, Zelyony Klin, in what is called the Russian Far East, in the area between Nakhodka, Vladivostok, and Khabarovsk, an area to which the United States, believe it or not, in 1985 actually broadcast in Ukrainian from Japan. I wish we were doing that again. Paying attention to those areas will send a powerful message that the war has truly been taken back into Russian territory, that Moscow is not in control of its own territory and is not in control of the areas behind what it sees as its lines. These are lessons that all come from Ukrainian history, from a Ukrainian tradition, which I fear all too few people in Kiev are paying attention to, although some are, and which very few people in the West are focusing on. When Putin launched his expanded invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, many people thought the war would be over quickly, that the Russian army would advance. The heroism of the Ukrainian people and the support they have received from the West has effectively shown that, as the joke in Moscow has it, Putin used to believe that he had the second strongest army in the world. Now he's only proved that he has the second strongest army in Ukraine. But beyond that, it is important for Russians to recognize what they have not achieved. Not only has the Ukrainian army stood proud and tall and remarkably successfully, but the Ukrainian people have. And it's critically important, if one's going to think about special ops, to think about making sure that there is an emergence of an increasingly active and supported partisan movement behind what the Russians see as their lines, because that will have a message to Moscow far more important than almost anything Kiev can do, at least in the short term. I'm very much more optimistic about the future because there are some people in Ukraine who are thinking in these terms. They need to be supported. They needed to be listened to. And that's something which we can provide help. But the Ukrainians have their own tradition, which they should again follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So, quick question to both of you. At the beginning of the war, right before the beginning, around the beginning, the administration said that, well, if the Ukrainians lose, we'll start supporting an insurgency in Ukraine. And that was something that faded. That discussion faded after Ukrainians started winning. Given the increased battle space awareness now because of drones, satellites, other things. If there were to be an insurgency, as Paul suggests, what advantage would that give the insurgents, and what advantage would that give to the counterinsurgents, Russian counterinsurgents? TX, start with you and then go to Paul.
Yeah, I think the basic advantage it has is that the government has to protect all kinds of infrastructure. For instance, had the insurgents in Afghanistan had access to lots and lots of drones, we could not have run Bagram Airfield. We could not have had big bases. We wouldn't have been able to run those convoys back and forth with fuel on them. So there's a huge advantage there. The insurgents have literally no infrastructure to protect. So the key there would be a big role for outside sponsors to get drone parts in, et cetera, and then they would have to assemble it. The advantage for counterintelligence is also what we learned in Ukraine is the constant stare. We put balloons up that gave you constant stare, and then we could recreate. After there was an attack, we could then follow back the attackers and try to follow them back to their base, in essence. You could see who'd conducted the attack, and you follow them back step by step, and you go, okay, that's the base we're going to hit. And then you cycle through the high-speed special ops guys to hit the base, turn over the intel, and get another raid that same night. So that would be a huge advantage with constant stare. And then the other problem is I can put one of these things up orbiting, and if you try to move underground, I'll see you. There's two ways to survive in this environment. One is you play Where's Waldo? You look like everybody else. And two is you go in some kind of overhead cover, either buildings or get underground. The problem with Where's Waldo against the Russians is they're willing to kill all the kids to get Waldo. And so I think that's a different problem. So there's some advantage to both sides. It's just, it'll be who can adapt best.
True. Paul.
It's not easy to be a partisan against the Russians because they will kill vastly more people than most other nations would even imagine doing. I've spent a fair amount of my career focusing on the Forest Brothers in the Baltic countries after the war. And what I can tell you is that while many of them were lost, they were killed or they were deported to Siberia, they provided an inspiration that spread much more through the population and meant that even people who weren't actively involved in partisan activity felt there was some hope. The Russians were so afraid of that happening that they tried to kill efforts to supply them on the beach, as it were, so no one would find out. But people did, and the partisans mattered. I believe that if Kiev were talking a great deal about establishing partisan activities, of supporting partisan activities, that by itself would play to Russian fears. It would lead to greater insecurity among the Russian forces behind their current lines, and it would lead more people in the nominally Russian-occupied areas to share what information they had to the West. This is a psyop, if you will. If suddenly it's too bad that what was said in the West in the immediate wake of Putin's expanded invasion didn't continue. If people had been talking about the emergence of partisan activity quite actively, it would have given encouragement to a lot of people, not necessarily to take direct part in partisan activity, but to feel confident that they were eventually going to win and that Russia was going to eventually lose because it could not count on the population of any of the territories it then occupied. So what I'm urging is that Ukraine talk about its own tradition and that it do what it can to promote the revival of that tradition. If it does both of those things, then I think you will see much more alarm in Moscow about what's going on, because there are an awful lot of people in the Russian capital who do know that even Stalin couldn't defeat the UPA and that army outlasted him. With the last UPA fighter, in fact, not dying until 1956, 11 years after the Soviets had claimed to have restored Soviet control over all of Ukraine. So I believe talking about this is important. I wrote about it myself throughout 2022 and have written about it since, that talking about these things is terribly important, sending a signal to Moscow that it can have no confidence that it is actually gaining control wherever its army may have gone. And that ultimately, I believe, just as it happened in the Baltic countries and as it happened in some places during World War II, will help Ukraine to the victory which it very much deserves. It will certainly encourage people in Ukraine, both in those areas Russia currently occupies and elsewhere, to believe that they can continue to advance even if there are current difficulties. Anyone who knows France knows how important the resistance was in terms of keeping the dream of French nationality alive. Anyone who knows the Baltic countries knows that the Forest Brothers are very much alive in the memories of the people there and inspired the people who led the drive to the recovery of independence in 1991. I believe the same thing is possible for Ukraine, and I hope that Ukrainian leaders and the Ukrainian intellectual community, despite all the challenges facing them, will do what they can to promote the discussion of that past and to suggest that it can be reborn, and then to do what is possible to make sure that rebirth happens sooner rather than later. To the extent we in the West can support both of those efforts, I think Ukraine will find itself in a far better position than would otherwise be the case.
Thank you. Thank you. We're ready for questions, comments from the audience. We'll start in the back.
Yes, Roman Mehaj. Mr. Goble, I would like to correct one of your statements. You said that the last UPA fighter died in 1956. Can you correct that to say the last active UPA fighter died in 1956? There are many who emigrated, who escaped to the West during in the late 40s and emigrated to Europe and the US and to Canada. And there are many who were sent out to Siberia and into the gulags in exile. Personally, I met somebody in the 90s who was released after spending 30 years in the gulag.
You're absolutely right.
Okay, so just
I did not say active fighter, but the last one who was carrying a gun in the field died in 56.
Correct. I just wanted to. Now, being that the UPA was active for 11 years without any outside help from the West, do you feel, and they were, not that they were successful, they survived, but do you feel that today, if a partisan group gets that outside help, gets arms smuggled in, technology smuggled in, do you feel that they would be a lot more successful?
I think that to the extent the support could be provided through Ukraine, that they would be more successful, because the achievements of any one group could be expanded upon and communicated to the broader communities by the media technologies we have. We ought to be broadcast. I mean, why not, for example, why not have set up a radio broadcast from Kiev to the east that contains within it the kind of messages that were sent to the French resistance before 1944. Some of those may be real, some of them not, but the Russians won't be able to tell and they won't be sure. And what this is all about in the first instance is creating a sense of insecurity, first among the officers and men of the Russian army in Ukraine, and then magnifying that by insecurity among the officials in the Kremlin hierarchy. I think that a carefully designed program in this area, maybe not involving all that many people, could nonetheless have an enormous impact on the Russian self-confidence and on Moscow's assurance that it's in a position to win. What I'm hoping by advocating this is that Russia needs to understand that it can never conquer Ukraine. It may be able, in specific places, to defeat a Ukrainian army in the field. But that's not the same thing as conquering the country and the nation. And by talking about partisans, by talking about cooperation behind the lines, by doing the kinds of things where you send messages, not only to the people who are there, but to Ukrainians in the West, that we are still in the field, we are still fighting. That is a very, very powerful symbol, very powerful stimulus to getting people to be more supportive. And so certainly I believe that this could be as effective or more effective, in fact, than the UPA was between 45 and 56. I grant you that the Russian government will arrest and kill as many people as it can, far more probably even than Stalin was prepared to do in the late 40s. But that the process of doing that, if people are aware that this is something that is supported by Kiev, by the Ukrainian people, and by the West, they will see those losses as casualties in a struggle, which the existence of this movement makes the success of far more likely.
Question.
I'd like to comment on that
Oh,
one
sure.
first.
Sorry. Yes.
There is a partisan activity. We had the famous case of the two young women who poisoned the soldiers, 17 dead and 40 in the hospital or something. When the police went after them, they discovered the women had managed to hide automatic weapons and rocket-propelled grenades.
Right.
So that was there. There was an effort to get it out. It came out on reddit.com. There was some video. There's a very small movement going on over there. We could support it. Back in the 80s, when insurgents were the good guys, I was helping the Afghans against the Russians. Logistics was our biggest problem. Well, now you've got drones that can do a lot of this, can haul it in. Like they've got Baba Yaga is their big drone. They've got the agricultural drone that could move things forward. The key again is the Russians are going to react with enormous brutality. When you saw what they did in Afghanistan, and keep in mind, Afghans, there's a first rule of all military history is leave mountain people alone. I don't care if they're Afghans, Basques, or West Virginians. They're up there because they want to be up there. So I am not sure. The problem with running an insurgency in a country that's largely flat in the east there is it's very, very difficult to hide, particularly against drones. So I think it's something we want to encourage. I think we provide whatever the Ukrainians say they need to make this work. Don't try to have us go in and teach them how to do this, but it's certainly something we should pursue.
Could I just jump in there on one,
Yes.
Bill?
Sure.
Just one follow on. I think the most important thing we can do is to encourage the Ukrainians to recover their own tradition. And in the first instance, to talk about that tradition and to set up radio broadcasts of various kinds that will suggest to the Russians that there is a bigger partisan movement than may even exist. That's one of the things you do. If you broadcast as if you are talking to 27 groups when there are only 3 groups, I promise you that the other side will assume there are at least more than 3 and maybe as much as 27. I would like to see us work in that direction first, and that's the way you begin to build a partisan operation today. And with broadcasting, that's very possible. It's not simply, as you pointed out, the two Ukrainian women who poisoned soldiers. It isn't necessarily about having high-tech weaponry that makes a partisan insurgency possible or even strong and effective. It can be a variety of moves, and all those kinds of things should be highlighted and they should be promoted as ideas, because I think many Ukrainians who are now living under the heel of Moscow would be more than happy to begin to think that Kiev has not forgotten us. Kiev is remembering us. We are part of the Ukrainian nation, and we can do our part, either providing information or disrupting Russian supply lines or activities. And that in and of itself, that kind of attitude helps change the balance behind what the Russians think are real front lines.
Thank you. So you have the first question, second question, and third question.
Mr. Goble, thank you very much for mentioning several times Ukraine winning, for mentioning the longevity of UPA, and because my father-in-law spent a little time there, and for mentioning the fact that Stalin knew he could not conquer Ukraine. Recently, Professor Alexander Motyl, oh, by the way, my name is Jaromir Oryszkiewicz. I did not introduce myself. Recently, Professor Alexander Motyl wrote a little article, and I wanted to paraphrase the last paragraph of his article. Ukrainians also know that to win, they need only to outlast the Russians, which they know they can, not because of some magical belief in resilience and victory, but because Ukrainians have an alternative: outlast the Russians or be exterminated by the Russians. Thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead. We'll take two questions at a time.
Yes, this is Bogdan Hetmansky, and the question is insurgency. Basically, any insurgent operation requires that the cells be compartmentalized so that if one cell is compromised, the other cells don't get rolled up. Can you hear me okay? My question is, with current technologies out there, surveillance, drones, electronic eavesdropping and whatnot, how do you prevent insurgent cells from getting rolled up through technological means? Because that would be part also.
Okay, TX. And
the cellular structure you're talking about is really derived from Maoist writings and Ho, and then the Latin American insurgents, because Mao and Ho are hierarchical societies, and you fight the way you're economically, politically, and socially organized. When you move to the insurgencies in the Middle East and Afghanistan, you don't see cells. You see networks of families, because that's the way they're organized, and you don't see a unified structure at all. So however you're going to fight, it has to be appropriate for your society. That's why, again, I say we don't advise them how to do it, because I don't even begin to understand Ukrainian society to that depth. You're absolutely right. The counter surveillance is going to be a huge problem, and they're going to have to learn how to deal with it. And that's been true of every insurgency, and learn how to deal with it, because you lose people and you go back and figure out, how did I lose them? It would be an interesting and incredibly complex problem. But again, I don't think this is one of the problems. We'll go in and we'll say, okay, you got organized cells. Like we tried that with the Afghans, and they said, look, we're Afghans. We've done this. We've been doing this for 1,000 years. Go away, don't bother us. Bring me guns and stay the hell out of the way. And I think that's the approach you take with most local movements. Give them the equipment, stay the hell out of the way.
Paul?
I completely agree with that. I think that I remember very vividly right after the Soviets went into Afghanistan, and people were talking about how we in the West had to organize the Afghan people so they could resist. And I was because I know something about Afghanistan and Central Asian societies, I was a lonely voice who said, The only way that the Russians can win is if the Americans succeed in organizing the opposition, because then the Russians would know what to do to decapitate it. As long as it was decentralized, the Russians were eventually going to lose. There are lots of ways to create a partisan movement that don't require hierarchy, that don't require the kind of cellular structure that the Chinese and others have pointed to. Ukrainian society is fully capable of doing that at the village level and via families, much as were, it should be said, the Lithuanians and the Estonians in particular in the Baltic states in the late 40s. So it is not beyond the wit of man to be able to do this. What I'm hoping for in the short term is that we realize this is a valuable thing to try, that we encourage talking about the old partisan movement to remind the Russians of what they're up against. Because one should remember something very, very important about Moscow's approach to the borderlands. Someone who was no less skillful in managing ethnic relations in the Soviet Union than Joseph Stalin published a note. It was published only once in Soviet times by someone who didn't die in his bed, I should say. Stalin said, "We can expand Moscow's control of a Soviet Union up to and including anything that was part of the Russian Empire before 1914. But if we go beyond that, if we try to take in peoples with a different kind of tradition, we will discover that they will undermine us forever." Now, you can understand why that was published only once in Soviet times by someone who didn't die in his bed. But the fact is that even Moscow understood that occupying areas with an experience of freedom and independence is a surefire way to lose. This is not something, Stalin understood that. Putin doesn't. He's not nearly as bright. And it needs to be made clear to them that now that Ukrainians in the East, in what is now called occupied Russian territory, have the experience of Ukraine as an independent state, they have become outsiders in the same way. And talking about that, encouraging people to think that's true, in forcing the Russians to focus on the prospect that there's really a larger partisan movement than there may in fact be, at least initially, will make a contribution to the defeat of the Russian invaders. And ultimately, because what Ukraine is doing, as any number of wise Ukrainian leaders have said, Ukraine is fighting for more than itself, not only in the West, but among the non-Russian peoples and ultimately the regions of the Russian Federation. So I wanted to stress, I was thrilled to be asked to be part of this today. I wanted to stress talking about partisans and organizing them where Kiev can, because that is about not only winning the current war, but winning the much larger war against Russian imperialism and making the world truly safe for democracy finally.
So we have two more questions. Herman, okay, we'll do three questions and then back there. So first, second, and third. First is over here. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, there was a question about surveillance, counter-surveillance, and a little bit back to UTX with Where's Waldo. At Krasnodar, the Ukrainians knocked off a submarine commander because they tracked his running app and then knocked him off. So, so surveillance works both ways. Most of the Russia's vulnerable in several ways. That's obvious. One is its vast expanse. It does not have enough air defense to protect everything. So the Ukrainians are playing Where's Waldo with all their infrastructure, picking up where they're most vulnerable. So, so they know where all the electronic air defense nets are. They used to be part of that Soviet Union. They're using that to their advantage. Terrific. The other thing is because of the very power vertical of the Russian military infrastructure, to this very day, most of the commanders are being knocked off because of poor OPSEC. And even when somebody phones home to celebrate New Year's, 400 of them and their buddies get shot to hell in Donetsk city. So OPSEC works on both sides, and it's a very active electronic war. And I think Budanov and his boys are doing an excellent job deep into Mordor, knocking off the orcs. So it's all the power to them. So I don't think it's a nascent partisan activity. I think it's an active war within Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring the microphone.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, sure.
So I would like to bring this conversation to the United States because, you know, supporting Ukraine win means maintaining Ukraine's support. And basically all the hybrid warfare that we are observing with regards to the West and the United States in particular on Russia's behalf warrants a response of a wartime. And so my question is to the esteemed panel, whether you see that the response United States has currently for the Russia's hybrid warfare is at the level of the wartime, and whether you have any recommendations how to improve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring the microphone forward, please. This gentleman. Right here. Yes.
Master, do you want me to answer the question or want me to answer a question?
Oh, we'll do all three and then go through. Go ahead.
I was going to make a comment, and I have a great respect for Paul, and I like the idea of propagandizing it, but I would like to offer a little bit counter to the impression. There is an active insurgency in the occupied area now. I know because I went behind the lines and interviewed some of them. There's over 100,000 Russian security troops focused on suppressing it. One of the problems is that in the wake of a Russian invasion, the young men, the people who generally do the fighting, are in the army, and they depart with the army. And if you look at the depopulation of the occupied territory, it's about at least 50% less than it was prior to the occupation. People flee. So you end up with an area that's very underpopulated, and it's populated to a large extent by elderly people, or those who are not good, reasonable combatants. We don't know a lot about what's going on, but there's a very active insurgency, and I don't like the idea of leaving the impression that it's not. Much of it is controlled by Budanov's guys. And just because we don't hear about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And so having said that, I think it's also important to realize that insurgencies take a long time to have an effect. Basically, they're based on essentially wearing down the morale of the occupier. So he voluntarily leaves. Very few insurgencies are able to actually mount a campaign to throw them out and retake territory, let alone hold territory that hasn't yet been occupied. And that's the role of the regular forces. So it's important to promote this idea, but it's not an alternative to having the forces. And also, I think we need to recognize the valor of the people who are already doing it, even if we don't know about it.
Great, thank you. We'll take all three questions, TX and then Paul.
We've got a third question still.
So
it's two questions.
No, there was a third person.
There was a statement and then two questions.
Okay. All right. So
go ahead. Okay. On the active insurgency, yeah, we've seen that, like I said, Reddit, places like that. It's interesting. It also goes deep into Russia, not just the special operations against the tunnel and the track, but this constant railroad burning of switches that's publicized. No way for us to verify or say if it's the same video over and over, same scene, but it's there. And I think the depopulation is a key element. Also, the males that still are in the East are getting grabbed up by the Russians. and they're being forced into the Russian forces. So we've thinned it down a lot. That's why I mentioned the two women, because there is a different form of resistance. And there's been some resistance in Ukraine to women in the service, but I think up to 30,000 now or so. And they're actually they're moving into the front line and being effective. That's part of the mobilization question that comes back to our question in the US. I come from a deep red part of Idaho, and they are all mad because why are we supporting them when they won't draft people under the age of 25? So that's part of the problem that Ukraine's got to deal with.
Well,
I would not want to suggest at all that there is no partisan activity in occupied Ukraine. It exists. The fact that the Russians have deployed 100,000 security troops tells me that it's a whole lot larger than people are talking about. But let me suggest that partisan activity contains a wide swath of things, and it isn't usually about controlling territory until very much later in the cycle, and that lots of people can participate in that. What I'm talking about is making use of the idea of the existence of a partisan army, even before you've got it fully built up, as a way of sending a message, first and foremost to the occupiers and their bosses in Moscow, but also to the Ukrainian people, that what looks like occupied territory isn't, that Moscow does not have full and complete control. That is an important, encouraging message. There are too many people, especially in the West, who look at maps of where the Russians claim to be in occupation and see that as somehow irreversible or reversible only at enormous cost. What I'm trying to suggest is that it is terribly important, as a psyop against the world, if you will, to talk about partisan activity, to engage in radio broadcasting, internet communication in ways that suggest something is even larger than the Russians suspect. Force the Russians to tie down more of their forces, but first and foremost, encourage Ukrainians in the nominally occupied territories and Ukrainians to the west of the front lines now, to look forward with a great deal more confidence than many of them now have. I guess I'm talking about what might be a derivative of partisan warfare, and that's creating the idea that it's there even when it's not, or that it's much larger than in fact it is. The reality, which the last questioner put, that we in the West don't know much about it. Let me suggest to you it's critically that we don't need to know the operational details, but we should be focusing on that because it will give a great deal more support to those who want to help Ukraine, to know that even where the Ukrainian military, despite its heroic efforts, has been forced to pull back for a time, there are Ukrainians behind the lines who are supporting it actively, and that the Russians are afraid. Those things are critical to winning the war here, and not just winning the war in Ukraine.
Thank you. We're out of time. Let's thank our speakers, TX and Paul.
Thank you.
I felt very bad about Paul. I actually would, if Paul is still on, TX is here, I would ask one final question.
Sure. Yeah.
And that is, Paul and TX.
Good to do it in the
I
microphone.
wish that I heard your full thing. I was still trying to get from the nuke online. But both of you might be able to answer this. There's a second question. We've been talking about partisan. We've been talking about special operations. We've been talking about more advanced operations. One of the operations that I've seen, and I know that you're involved with this, Paul, at some point, is this free nation, the sort of free nations of post-Russia phenomenon. Even if the United States doesn't want to see the implosion of Russia, apparently we've heard that in circles, wouldn't it have been smart at some point in time, and I'm going to ask both of you, actually all three of you, because Wouldn't it have been smart to have put together something that you were so solidly a part of in the Voice of America, the notion of the captive nations, and talk to the Bashkirs and talk to the Kalmyks and talk to the Chechens and the Dagestanis. Wouldn't it be something that the US, I mean, certainly the Ukrainians should be suggested to have those radio stations, but we used to have that kind of power. Have we lost a specialist that can do this? Have we, or have we lost the will to do this anymore? I mean, what's happened with us generally in terms of the way we deal with Russia? We know that we've run about 10 of these conferences in the last 2 years to deal with that issue. Why haven't people in Washington picked up on it? Is there an answer or?
Well, there is an answer, but it is a long one. Let me just hit on a couple of points. First, it's worth noting that this past year, Ukraine was the second country to have a Captive Nations Week celebration. Ukraine is doing remarkable things in the area of reaching out to the non-Russian population and to a lot of non-Russians who fled Moscow-controlled areas to Ukraine. And that's to be welcomed. As for the United States, we're not doing a lot that we used to do. It's not, I think, because we couldn't, but because we have chosen not to. There are a lot of people around in Washington who declared victory in 1991 and assumed that there would never be any problems, only to see what has happened. I think there's a great deal that we could do, but my guess is, and I believe that the Russian Federation will disintegrate. I believe that that will happen in finite time, and I think Ukrainians will be remembered as some of the most important authors of it. But as for Western governments, including my own, I assume that the approach will be that we're opposed to the dismemberment of the Russian Federation until it happens, and then we'll take credit for it. That's what happened in 91 with respect to the USSR. And I fear that that's true. Those of us who I'm old and retired and can be a curmudgeon, I find it sad that many of the things that we could do and did do to undermine what was the evil empire, to use President Reagan's term, we're not doing now and not encouraging others to do. I do a lot of my writing in Windows to encourage thinking in those terms, because I don't think that I think we have been living in a time when the Russian Empire has been dying for about 125 years. 1991 was one moment in that decline. And I hope that we will see other moments coming. And I believe that the Ukrainian people, in its heroism, is going to do what we unfortunately lack either the will or increasingly the ability to do alongside them.
One technique is presidential involvement. In 1987, as Paul and I will both remember, President Reagan went to the basement of Holy Family for a Captive Nations Day. President Reagan took captive nations seriously after the Cold War had died away. So we may want to think about doing something more. And final note, for those of you interested in this sort of thing, Seth Jones at CSIS has published a book on our covert support for the Solidarity Free Trade Union in Poland in the 1980s. It's a wonderful book giving a lot of very specific information about how we covertly supported Solidarity with Xerox machines, VHS tapes, and machines, a lot of other things.
Thank you very much. Again, this was wonderful. Again, all specialists, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm about to give a 5-minute coffee break, but again, because we're going to set up a stage for Senator Duckworth. She's on her way, but I would ask the moment, ma'am, that she arrives, that we all regather because of thing. And Ambassador Courtney again. As always, thank you. This was very, very good. Actually, sure.
Okay. Actually, leave this one right here. Okay. Yeah.
Я чув, що в неї проблема з ногами.
Yeah. She's a veteran. She was shot down in whatever Iraq or Afghanistan. She was helicopter pilot.
So just one.
Yeah, email it to me and I will. Okay, well, we still have time.
No, it was good. I'm glad. I never missed a day. They go up November 6th.
Well, that's.
Immersed in the
Yeah, where they work directly with the military.
I think I'm okay. Thanks.
Next session. Order. And
Have you
All
been
right,
in
can we
touch
all
with
get-
the
get seated pretty
Ukrainian
quickly?
soldiers at the in Bethesda right now getting new limbs made at my prosthetist? I think I introduced them to you
Yes,
a while back.
We've had, actually, we had a big rally, a couple thousand people down on Michigan Avenue last Saturday, and we had two of those soldiers that were there for their prothesi, for their limbs. Both of them are double amputees on their legs, so big sacrifices, of course.
Okay, folks, I actually promised you to treat you to the finest generals we have had in our armed forces and the finest senior diplomats. You've seen them all this morning and this afternoon. We've also talked about the finest congressional staffers and so on and so forth. But right now, we're going to have a special moment. And I'm just very grateful that Senator Duckworth has agreed to do this. And all I can do is pass it over to someone who I want to honor. Paul, we've been friends a long, long time. And I can tell you this, as much as I love my New York, you crazy ukes in Chicago really know how to organize things. And so I leave it in your most able hands. Okay,
for this
Great.
next section.
Thank you. Thank you, Volodko. And I'd like to start by, first of all, thanking my good friend Volodko Zaritsky and Andrij Dobriansky, the team at the Center for U.S.-Ukrainian Relations, the Ukrainian Congress Committee, for organizing this Security Dialogue Conference. We've heard some excellent speakers throughout the day, and I think you're in for a real treat. In reading Senator Tammy Duckworth's bio in preparation for this, I came to understand why the organizers of today's conference really wanted her to come in and do a presentation. So let me share that with you, if I may.
Don't read the whole thing. I think my mom wrote that. It's like 5 pages long.
I will try to keep it short, but it's impossible without hitting some of the highlights. So please bear with me.
You have, look, Ukrainian moms write 5-page long bios for their kids too. So we all know what that's like.
Senator Tammy Duckworth is an Iraq War veteran, Purple Heart recipient, and former Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, who was among the first handful of Army women to fly combat missions during Operation Iraqi Freedom. Ms. Duckworth served in reserve forces for 23 years before retiring at the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in 2014. She was elected to the U.S. Senate in 2016 after representing Illinois' 8th Congressional District in the U.S. House of Representatives for 2 terms. In 2004, Ms. Duckworth was deployed to Iraq as a Black Hawk helicopter pilot for the Illinois Army National Guard. On November 12, 2004, her helicopter was hit by an RPG, and she lost her legs and partial use of her right arm. Senator Duckworth spent the next year recovering at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, where she quickly became an advocate for her fellow soldiers. After she recovered, she became director of the Illinois Department of Veterans Affairs, where she helped create a number of programs that would hire veterans and provide veterans 24/7 crisis hotline, as well as innovative programs to improve veterans' access to housing and health care. Senator Duckworth has served our country in a number of roles. In 2009, she was appointed as Assistant Secretary of Veterans Affairs. When she served in the U.S. House, Representative Duckworth served on the Armed Services Committee. And currently, Senator Duckworth serves on several influential committees: the Armed Services Committee, the Foreign Relations Committee, the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, the Small Business and Entrepreneurial Committee. In addition to all of those accomplishments, Senator Duckworth and her husband Brian are proud parents of 2 daughters, Abigail and Miley. And we have that in common as well, 2 daughters. God bless. And we're please a warm welcome for Senator Tammy Duckworth.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we're going to jump right into it. And I think the best place to start is with the theme of what today's presentation and session is. How might the U.S. best aid Ukraine in its present hour of need? From a U.S. perspective, and no one better to provide their perspective than Senator Tammy Duckworth.
Well, I mean, we need to get the House of Representatives to pass this special supplemental aid package and get that out the door so that we can keep the lights on in Ukraine. You know, most Americans are very much unaware of what that aid package is going to do. For the largest part of it, it's actually the money that's going to stay in the U.S. It's over $60 billion, $50 billion plus of it stays in the U.S. to replenish U.S. stockpiles. But what's more important is the $10 billion that's going to go to Ukraine to help pay firefighters and doctors and teachers to keep the economy going. And that is desperately needed. We can also continue with both the training efforts with our NATO allies, but also to, right now, what's most desperately needed are ammunition stockpiles, both U.S. stockpiles that we can send over, but also to find additional stockpiles of badly needed weapons and ammunitions across not just Europe, but all over the world that we can get sent to Ukraine.
Great, great. Now, my next question, military aid to Ukraine, good or bad? I ask that question within the context of today's saber rattling. by Vladimir Putin threatening destruction of all civilization.
Yeah, I mean, military aid to Ukraine isn't just for Ukraine. Military aid to Ukraine is for the United States and for the free world. We're standing up for the theory, the concept that large nations can't just gobble up small nations. And Ukraine is on the front lines of that because we all know Vladimir Putin is not going to stop with Ukraine. I recently, just at the end of last year, was in Romania talking to them, and I spoke with folks in Bulgaria. And then look, Ukraine goes, Bulgaria, Romania. I was just in Sweden 2 weeks ago. They're worried. This is why Sweden and Finland have joined NATO. And let's not even forget about the ones that are already NATO allies like Poland, where the state of Illinois has been in a partnership for peace training program with the Polish military for over 30 years. We right now have Illinois Army National Guard personnel in Poland. That's next on the front line. So military aid to Ukraine is good because it's good for America. It's important for our own national security.
Military aid to Ukraine. What's the tempo, swift or tempered?
I think it's fits and starts. I think it's fits and starts where we send stuff over and then we get stuck here. And then what's really important is our NATO allies are stepping up. Many of their cupboards are bare. They have sent everything they possibly can, and they're still looking around. I was speaking, I was in the Netherlands. It sounds way more glamorous than it really was because I spent my whole time at waste to energy. So I spent a lot of time at garbage incinerators and wastewater plants. But this is important because these are all the things we're going to have to rebuild in Ukraine. This is critically important that we find more S-300s, more equipment, more munitions in other parts of Europe as well.
Regarding expired munitions that are stockpiled in various locations across the U.S., by law, neither the administration nor the Pentagon can pay for the shipment to Ukraine, and they have to be taken as is. There's a provision to have the munitions donated to an allied country, in this case, a NATO ally, who can in turn ship and donate the munitions to Ukraine. Do you believe the president would approve this type of transfer, which could be made quickly and efficiently, according to many experts?
So I'm not going to speak for the president, but I will tell you that we already ship American munitions to a NATO ally, which then gets it into Ukraine, Poland, right? That's the main avenue of getting equipment into the Ukraine. So we're already doing that. As far as the expired munitions are concerned, we'll have to take a deeper look to it. But frankly, the president has presidential drawdown authority that we've already been using. So we could actually look further into that PDA, that presidential drawdown authority, to look and see if we can't transfer from this, because in the language, I believe there's language that says unforeseen emergency. And I think Russia's invasion of choice against Ukraine would fall under that. Yeah.
Without a doubt. Beyond military aid, what are some of the matters that also need to be resolved?
Well, and there's so much more than strictly military assistance that's being provided by the United States and our NATO allies and partners. The winter isn't over yet. One of the reasons I was in Romania was to talk about energy, and also Ukraine's economic recovery. Penny Pritzker from Chicago was appointed the U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine economic recovery in September, and I've been engaging with her office pretty extensively. I'm very much interested in sort of several buckets of things. One is obviously the infrastructure development, restoring the infrastructure, restoring the electrical grid, protecting the electrical grid. But then also looking at what does rebuilding Ukraine look like? Yes, we're still in the fight. We're still going to find the ammunition. We're going to get the aid to Ukraine. But I think we need to be looking forward at the opportunities, unfortunately, that were created by the destruction of so much of Ukraine. We're going to have to rebuild Ukraine. And I think one of the things we should be looking at is the opportunity for Ukraine to be rebuilt as a fully accessible country for persons with disabilities. We already have issues now with so many people having lost limbs and having significant injuries in Ukraine. And yet, I've heard of Ukrainian soldiers being put on floors in hospitals that were built by the Soviet Union that are not accessible, and they can't get to the bathroom. They can't get down to another floor because there's no elevators. Ukraine right now has the opportunity when it rebuilds to be fully accessible in a way that no other country in Europe will be. And that will make it hopefully a tourist destination in the future. So I think there's an opportunity for significant growth and significant investment in a very positive way in the future. We need to start planning that now. I've spoken with Ukraine's First Lady. She's very much invested in this. Last week, I was with, I think it was about 8 Ukrainian, I'm trying to think, it was like 6 or 8 Ukrainian military amputees, 1 Marine, and the rest were soldiers at a prosthetics clinic here in Maryland that actually the gentleman did my prosthetic work when I was first wounded 20 years ago, and he's doing not-for-profit work. Actually, Mike Corcoran is his name. He was recognized by President Zelensky just a few months ago, and he's on his way to Ukraine right now. But I was talking to these soldiers, and they're like, "What do we do? Any recommendation? What do we next? We can't go back to fight." They all want to go back to fight. I said, "Well, you need to advocate for an accessible Ukraine in the future. You need to be the future leader in the rebuilding of your country. Just the way the Vietnam veterans in this country forced this country to become accessible. You can do that for Ukraine because you have the moral authority to come back and say, you know, I've given almost everything for this country. Now is the time that we make this country fully accessible. And it'll be good for the civilian population as well, because it's not just the military that's being wounded. The civilian population is going to need it as well."
Absolutely. And what you speak about in terms of post-war rebuilding, certainly infrastructure always leaps to mind, but the accessibility issue is something that really needs to be in the top priorities because so many lives and so many people have been affected by that as a result of the invasion.
It's also going to be a requirement for Ukraine to join the EU. The EU has joined the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So Ukraine's going to have to meet the requirements underneath that to join the EU also. So there is this external requirement as well.
Senator, condemnation of war crimes. We've heard about so many horrific incidents that have happened over the past 10 years and especially over the last 2 years. And I'm sure you and your team have also heard them in your office. What do you see as a path toward finding commensurate penalties for what the Russian government has inflicted on Ukrainian citizens?
Well, let me just start off by saying that some of the war crimes we need to address right away, such as the stealing of over 20,000 children from Ukraine. We need to recover those children first and foremost before we start talking about penalties. We need to get those children back, identify them, find where they are, bring them back to Ukraine. I think that's incredibly critical. Prisoners of wars, civilians that have been displaced need to be brought back. So that's sort of, for me, the most immediate thing that needs to happen. I want you to know that I did within the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, within committee, I voted for the Repo Act, which would give the president authority to seize Russian sovereign assets frozen in the US and transfer them to Ukraine for its reconstruction. So I think that is also incredibly important as well. And that, by the way, was a bipartisan, we voted it out of committee. Hopefully it'll go to the floor for a vote. But for me, really, first and foremost is stopping the war crimes that are already happening, which means defeating Russia, and then bringing folks who are most vulnerable to safety right away. And then let's talk about what we do with economic assets and the like.
Thank you, Senator. I'm glad to hear about your vote on the Repo Act. We're actually meeting with Senator Durbin on Saturday, and we're going to push him on that. I think judiciary could play a large role in making that happen.
I think so.
What about condemnation of outfits like the Wagner Group as a terrorist organization?
So that's a formal designation. And so I just want to make sure that we dot the I's and cross the T's correctly on the strict legal criteria of what exactly is a foreign terrorist organization. That has to be made by the State Department. So that's not something that Congress can do. And I think we need to let them conduct that review in the most thorough way possible. I suspect that they're going to get to the point where they're going to say it is a terrorist organization, but they're going through that process right now. We have to let them to do it. What I will tell you is that the administration has designated Wagner a transnational criminal organization, and that comes with potential penalties. Yeah, they have, yeah. And so there's no question whether or not we should combat Wagner's coercive activities, but it's a question of how and what's the most effective ways, what are the most effective tools that are at our disposal. And that's something that we need to take a look at in terms of any new legislation that we might pass that would affect aid. So my short answer is let the State Department go through the formal process of declaring them a terrorist organization, which is this review that has to happen. But we already can do things based on them being called a transnational criminal organization. And I sort of want to talk to you a little bit about what's happening in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. There's a bipartisan bill called the HARM Act that Senators Wicker and Cardin, who are the top Dem and top Republican on the committee, are leading on. It's called Holding Accountable Russian Mercenaries. And it calls on the administration to designate Wagner and FTO in response to their horrific acts of terror. And so that's something that we can do legislatively in the meantime while the State Department is going through their review for the designation.
Great. Senator, we have time for one or two questions from the audience?
I've got adult supervision in the corner who will just like wave crazily at me when it's time to, well, I have a vote at 3, I think, or something like that, or 3:15. And I have to run back to vote, but other than that, I'm yours.
Yes, sir.
Senator, thank you for your service.
Oh, and the colonel behind you is going to ask too. So go ahead. No. You go first and then, okay.
Ma'am, Colonel Vince Mucker. I'm currently doing a fellowship for the Army War College at Georgetown University.
Excellent.
I've been nominated to be the next Army attaché in Kyiv, Ukraine at the embassy.
Fantastic.
I was promoted, hosted by the Chicago Cubs on the 5th of May.
Excellent.
Past year.
I'm a Cubby, so this is good.
So I invited you.
There are very few Ukrainians in Chicago who are Southsiders. So you're in safe Cubby territory.
But my dad grew up on the South Side, and he's almost forgiven me. So
there you go.
But as a foreign area officer and as somebody who works in embassies, there's an intimate relationship with what's going on, just from a professional investment standpoint in what's going on in Eastern Europe. And my career field feels that very dramatically, and not emotional in the sense of we want that which is best for Ukraine, but we want that which is best for the United States in Ukraine. And I think that's an important professional distinction. But when we see the policy conversation that takes place in the United States, and we see the detachment from that which we are seeing and that which policy is pursuing, there's a natural frustration and to a certain extent, because of our professional investment, maybe a sense of betrayal sometimes. And I'm wondering, from a reporting and information providing standpoint, what are the vectors or the manners to bridge that gap from that which we see and that which is being decided on in policy back in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, I think the first part of what you're saying is something that's critical that I think the people in this room can help us with, and especially Ukrainian American community can help us with, is a lot of Americans saying, why are we sending all this money to Ukraine? Why are we helping Ukraine? That's not what we're doing. We're helping America. We are securing America's national security. My job is not to protect or serve the people of Ukraine. My job is to protect and serve the people of the United States of America. And it is in America's best interest to have a free, independent, democratic Ukraine, free of Russian occupation. That is what is best for America. And so that is the message that we have to continue to push forward. It's beyond, you're saying that this is a professional position, but that is the truth of it. And we don't talk about that enough. So when folks say, why are we spending all this money in Ukraine? It's like, no, we're spending this money on America. We're doing this so that American troops in Poland don't have to go fight Russia. The Ukrainians are the ones that they're fighting for their own freedom, but they're fighting for the free world at the same time. They're fighting for this idea that large countries can't swallow up small countries. It's why countries like Japan and South Korea are helping in the effort in Ukraine, because they say, hey, China is watching. Right? China is watching, and China wants to come and gobble up Taiwan and other countries and territories in Asia. And so if we allow this to happen and we don't come together in a united way to support Ukraine, we're just going to allow this to happen on a global scale. And so that is really the dialogue that has to happen. And we have to really push that and make that clear and not let what's happening be defined as the U.S. is helping Ukraine. The U.S. is helping herself. And I look forward to seeing you in Kyiv. Hopefully I'll get to there after you are assigned there. One more question according to
question right here.
Senator,
What's your sense? Is Ukraine effectively using all of its human capital? I see occasionally women in Ukrainian armed forces, but it's almost anecdotally. Is it your sense that they're open to taking advantage of the hundreds of thousands of women that I think would serve if it was open to them?
I would let the Ukrainians answer that, because I do know what I see is every Ukrainian I've come across is trying to pull more than their own weight. I mean, you've got grandmothers throwing pickle jars at at drones. So don't piss off a Ukrainian grandmother. Apparently, she will take you down. But so that's a decision for the Ukrainians to decide. I do think that they are in the effort, but there would be a whole training, right? If you want to put them into the front lines, there would be a whole training regime that would be needed for them that perhaps they're not quite ready to provide. Obviously, we know here in the United States that our daughters are just as capable of defending democracy and fighting for freedom as our sons. And a daughter's life is not more precious than a son's life. They're both equally precious. So I obviously support Ukraine's women being able to fight, but that's a decision for the Ukrainian people to decide, and they can serve in other ways as well.
Thank you, Senator. And I think with that, we have to wrap this up. I thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for your prior service. Thank you for your current service. Godspeed for all future endeavors. All the best to you. Thank you,
Thank
Senator.
you. Slava Ukraine.
Heroyam Slava.
I was just trying to thank you for service before you go on the curve.
Oh, thank you.
That's a good matter.
I have to go. Of course. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. I think I'm going to give them 1 minute. No, should I give a 1 minute break? No. Okay, guys. If we sit down and do the next one's really and then I promise you that 30 minutes. We can do that. I'll run out of water. You won't have coffee. You have to stay on. Okay. All right. We need some chairs. How do I start?
Yes, we're working on it.
So Phil, is it okay if we go in alphabetical order? All right, is that okay?
Yes. And
General goes first.
You want alphabetical order?
And then you
alphabetical order.
You'll get that in 70 minutes.
Okay. All right.
10 minutes each.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
So we can get the Q&A in.
Can. Yeah.
We want to hear some our friends. I'm from Long Island, so we're Fort Washington.
Is General Havrilov? Yes. Phillip is right.
General.
Am I sitting here?
Okay.
Right.
And then I'll be sitting right there. I have the time
Does
card for you guys.
everybody have videos?
Nikki, but I've been keeping the time. I know, I'm aware of it.
Yeah.
All right. Right. I promised you that every one of these sessions was going to have premier speakers, and this next one, examining the state of Ukraine's military industrial capacity amidst war, is no different than all the other sessions we've had. We have a moderator, Dr. Steve Blank. We've got Major General Volodymyr Havrilov, who until recently had been First Deputy Minister of Defense. We have Dr. Phillip Karber, and I just, for myself, want to personally say that he and Wes Clark, General Clark, were the guys who sounded the alarm back 10 years ago, and so I'm just delighted to have him here. And then one of the finest journalists I know. You can keep reading him in Breaking Defense, and that's Rueben Johnson. So, Steve,
Okay,
it's all yours.
Thank you, Walter. I have the real honor and pleasure of presenting this panel on Ukrainian defense industry. The three gentlemen who are going to be speaking here are at the top of the list of experts in this field who know better than most people where the bodies are buried, if I may use that phrase.
That's not a good word.
Well, I went to school in Chicago, so yeah, grew up in Brooklyn, so you know, right. So okay. First of all, on my right, and we're going to speak in alphabetical order, is Major Volodymyr Havrilov, who is Major General, retired. He's currently director of the Veterans Dozen Foundation. Immediately prior to his current appointment, he was the Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine. And then earlier than that, he was Defense Attaché, at the Ukrainian Embassy here in the United States, which is where I met him from 2015 to 18, and he spoke often at these conferences back then. He started his career in the military in air defense units in 1981. And then in 1991, he joined the newly emerged Ukrainian Armed Forces and was one of the first group of military attachés, and has since had tours to the US, the UK, and Romania. He was the commandant as well of the Military Diplomatic Academy in Kiev, and he's also participated in peacekeeping operations in the Balkans in 1998 as part of the aftermath of the disintegration of Yugoslavia, and then the anti-terrorist operation against Russian aggression in eastern Ukraine in 2015. On my immediate left, Rueben Johnson is a 37-year veteran of analyzing and reporting on foreign and U.S. military technology and defense industrial developments and Russian defense policy. I can give you an example. In 2006, I came across an article that he probably forgot already, where he said that back then the Russians were training military forces to enter into Crimea, Moldova, and a couple of other places, and were based at Sienyk. I quoted it. Nobody ever took me up on the fact, or Ruben, on the fact that, you know, these operations go back in planning at least almost 20 years now. But he has spent more than 3 decades working inside of U.S. industry and analyzing on-site numerous foreign defense facilities, including locations in Russia, Ukraine, and the PRC, Poland, Belarus, Australia, France, Spain, Brazil, and Sweden. He's consulted on defense industrial developments for the United States and several NATO governments. He has also a more than 30-year history of publications in defense and foreign affairs in the US, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. He's won multiple awards for reporting on the current war between Ukraine and Russia, and resided in Kiev for more than 20 years until he was forced to evacuate in the face of the Russian invasion 2 years ago. Finally, further on the left, Phillip Karber, who I think all of you know, is president of the Potomac Foundation, professor of strategy and praxis at Georgetown University's Machiavelli Seminar in Florence. Not a bad gig, Phil. He also had postdoc certificates from Harvard and Wharton Business Schools. In government, Dr. Karber has held influential national security policies with the U.S. Congress, the NSC, and was a member of the U.S. Army Science Board, served as strategy advisory to the Secretary of Defense and chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Toward the end of the Cold War, he was an advisor to Prime Minister Thatcher and the Secretary General of NATO. And in the spring of 2014, he and General Wesley Clark were invited by the new Ukrainian government to assess the situation there. They've made numerous trips to Ukraine and written major reports to Congress, which were among the first to argue for U.S. military assistance and lethal weapons. So with a panel like this, you don't need to hear from me. General?
So we are going to talk about the industry, defense industry, and it's about sustainment. Any war is about sustainment, how long you can survive, given the resources you have, given the production capability, and given the support from outside. So we, after 2 years in Ukraine, fully understand what is all about sustainment. The war started in 22 with very limited defense industry capability of Ukraine. Of course, we've done a lot from the first Russian war in 2014, but nevertheless, we didn't have production of ammunition at all. We were concentrated a lot on export of legacy equipment. We have limited missile program, which we started after 2014. We didn't have new equipment. So it was a real challenge when the war started. In 2 months, we understood that our current stocks of ammunition will be empty very soon. And that's why we started to communicate with partners on switching to the NATO standards in artillery. It's 155, 105, 120 caliber. And fortunately, we started to receive them in May 22 from the United States. First 777 artillery came to us, and then ammunition, then HIMARS, and step by step, we are there where we are. I think by the end of the war, most of our equipment will be of foreign origin, especially in artillery. At the same time, we started a lot of programs inside Ukraine, especially related to artillery, ammunition, high technology things related to EW, jamming, communication, command and control. And we didn't have any support at the beginning. First 3, 4, 5 months, we were just survive on what we had. The industry, defense industry, Ukraine, it has very interesting story. In 2014, all enterprises were state-owned. And we learned that the state-owned enterprises, they are not effective. They are slow, they are bureaucratic, they are not have no initiative. That's why many private projects emerged in 2015, 16. But when the invasion started, most of the new production of sophisticated production started to come from private industry. It's an interesting phenomenon. At the same time, most of the state-owned industry were targeted by Russians at the beginning of the war because their coordinates were well known. They were published in many catalogs of the exhibitions. And so the Russians, they didn't have any problems to target the first wave of missiles and aviation, trying to destroy key state-owned enterprises, especially in the eastern part of Ukraine. That's why they suffered first, but Russians, they didn't have any clue about what is going on with private sector. So all private sector survived and started to blossom after the war started because resources emerged from the government. A lot of orders came, and only the initiative and energy of the private sector gave us a lot of successes, especially in the area of drones, EW, interceptions, jamming, and communication, because we didn't have other sources to supply that kind of equipment. Now, around 60–70% of procurement for Ministry of Defense comes from private sector. They're still state-owned enterprises, but they are mostly concentrated on repair and maintenance of the current fleet of legacy equipment, and also they are just doing their best to repair and maintain the equipment we received from our partners last 2 years. The key challenges in this area, of course, is about security, number one, because every day, every 2–3 days, we have a waves of Shahid-type drones coming to Ukraine. Once a week or once in 2 weeks, we have missile attacks against the key infrastructure in industry this year. Most of the last launches from Russia, they're targeting areas of industry, first of all, because they understand that Ukraine has a strong backup from their own industry, first of all. We moved a lot of enterprises and production from the east to other secure places. We dispersed many technological lines. So we adjusted ourselves to the current security situation. So we have very robust, stable industry in Ukraine now, but of course it's not enough to satisfy the needs of our military. They are more okay on the maintenance and repair of the legacy. They are more okay on the drones. Most of the drones we buy the Ukrainian origin. We started with the 2-3 companies who could do that. And now we have almost 200 small enterprises, up to 200 small enterprises who are involved in drone industry. Some of them can produce FPV drones, some of them something bigger, but altogether it's a very powerful industry which is capable to satisfy the real needs of our military. They only depend maybe on some components, and because it's also part of the supply chain and the world problem, you know, with the chips and other things is there. But in terms of the design, ideas, software, they are very vibrant. There's a competition among them, and every 2 or 3 weeks we have something change in design because they have feedback from the field on lessons learned with the equipment, and they introduce some new solutions. And Ukrainian drones in the field are very effective now. That is important. It's a result of the competition, adrenaline in the companies. Most of the companies, new companies in defense sector, they moved from the civil sector. So before the war, they were involved in agriculture or just energy or something else. But they acquired a lot of experience and technological knowledge before the war in their sector. And with that knowledge and experience, they moved to the defense, and they started to create things which maybe a regular classic defense industry is not capable to do, but because they think differently. And there were a lot of young people who can think very creatively about that. The key issue for us now is, of course, to get direct communication with our partners on defense industrial cooperation. It means cooperation between the United States companies and our companies on supporting production of critical material in Ukraine. And also it's about transfer of technology to us. It means we expect that, and there are many efforts done by both sides, and we expect that there will be a more easy way for US companies to come to Ukraine because it's now limited by the law here. US companies can't present in US physically. At the same time, we should expect that the procedures of licensing and permissions in the US will be much more flexible in respect to Ukraine. So we have good communication in this regard. Today I had a conversation in DoD on this part, and they are very energetic with that. So it's a very dynamic area, but it still requires a lot of efforts by all sides to make it decisive in this war. Thank you.
Ruben? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to start. Oh, it was there. There it is. Okay. All right. I'm going to go through this quickly. Now, I put this up here. This is not representative of what happens in Ukraine, but General Hodges can say whether that's the ideal of how a defense community should work, how all these different pieces, how all these different pieces should feed together. Unfortunately, Ukraine doesn't have a lot of this because there was no institutional basis for it, but this is kind of the ideal. This is what you want to get to. The industry at the moment has a lot of challenges because there's so much, and Phil is going to talk about this in detail, so I'm not going to go into it now, but there's an awful lot, as the general has said, there's an awful lot of foreign-owned hardware, multiple lines for spare parts and servicing. And the repair requirements are probably exceed anything that's ever been seen in modern times. At the same time, most of this is done by the very capable private companies, is integrating foreign weapon systems onto existing platforms in Ukraine. There's been a lot of different Western US-made missiles integrated onto Ukrainian platforms.
And then there are some indigenous projects in Ukraine that actually succeeded in spite of the government, not because of it. And one particular, the Neptune anti-ship missile. This is what sunk the Moskva guided missile cruiser about 2 months after the invasion. So the task right now of modernizing Ukrainian industry, and lots of people want to try and help, but upgrading older Soviet era platforms is step number one, to use those now until they can be replaced by something else. There's a lot of talk. I hear a lot of talk, and the words interim solutions are written in inverted commas. But then generally reconfiguring everything to NATO standards, developing supplier networks, all of the things you're going to have to do, because in this world, everything is connected to everything else. The defense industry has become like the auto industry. Everything is spread out around the world, although we've had to rethink a lot of that after COVID. And then new Ukrainian indigenous design programs. Ukraine is not just going to become a job shop for the rest of the world. They're going to have their own systems that they're going to use that are going to be highly effective. But the industry itself is probably the most, I think it's going to be the locomotive of modernization for the entire defense establishment. And I just want to say a few words about how a lot of people don't recognize this, but Ukraine industry existed in the beginning based on the old Soviet model. So in the Soviet Union, industries that belong to, or enterprises that belong to one of the defense industrial ministries made new weapon systems, and they were largely located in Russia. And then there was a parallel universe of repair and overhaul facilities. Those belong to the MOD. Ukraine inherited that arrangement in some ways. In some countries, those two functions were merged, but there's still a degree of separation there. But both have a lot to contribute in their own ways. And some of the Ukrainian overhaul plants or repair plants have more experience with those specific platforms than the OEMs themselves. Then you've got major manufacturers of systems in Ukraine, like we all know about Motor Sich, which we tried to keep the Chinese from buying, Luch and some of the others. Some very, very innovative and successful defense electronics people. And these are the people that'll make the difference in this wartime environment. These are the people coming up with some of the innovations and modifications that are breathing new life into some old pieces of kit. And as I said just now about the parallel universe of overhaul facilities, there's a lot of major subsystem suppliers. Testimony to that was when the Chinese began to buy a lot of systems from Russia in the early 90s. They bought Su-27 fighter aircraft and submarines and other things, but they always came to Ukraine for the stuff that goes inside of it. And that's particularly true when they started making their own reverse engineered illegal copies of things. They still went to Ukraine to use the original radar, the original whatever they could buy. However, as the general sort of alluded to, by the time we get to the war, there's not a lot of Ukraine defense industry that's building things for the Ukrainian military. The Ukrainian military hadn't been spending a lot of money, particularly in the 1990s. So the industries were all geared towards export markets. And one of the consequences of that is that I used to ask Ukrainian companies, I said, well, do your own armed forces ever buy anything from you? And they say, well, our armed forces, they're kind of like orphanages. We have to give them stuff for free. And anytime they see something new, they want a free copy. And I was at one of the expos and one of the leading Ukrainian companies, and here's the delegation coming to all the guys with the hats and the braid and everything. And the director said, quick, he says, hide the brochures and the models of anything new, because I don't want to give any more stuff away. So, okay, so since we're in wartime now, what I call adaptive measures means that in order to survive, in order to keep repairing all the stuff that's broken, and in order to keep absorbing new kit, and in order to maintain op-tempo, all these other things, we're going to have to do all of this stuff here. And I don't want to read everything because I don't want to run out of time. But what it comes down to is partnerships with foreign industry are going to be important, but what's even going to be even more important is contracting out functions to the private sector and trying to find ways to lever. I mean, what the Chinese call civil military integration is going to have to happen. And it's going to have to happen fast. And the export licensing process on both sides. I mean, the US side I know is a nightmare, but it's been a nightmare on the Ukrainian side as well. So there's going to have to be a lot of work done to streamline all of the paperwork procedures. And at the end of this all, as I keep saying for everybody, the model for Ukraine in the future is basically Israel, where you have a country that's geared up, ready to fight, and the industrial base is very robust and tries to depend as little as possible on the outside world. I'm not gonna go through all this because it's gonna take too long, but I show this chart to a lot of people. You know, I used to work for a defense contractor, and you know, defense contractors are evil because they make things that cost so much money. But you start looking at what constitutes the total ownership cost, and you see that the actual manufacturer is not the major contributor to that, what we call total ownership cost. There's all kinds of things that happen after you buy the weapon system. All of that's going to have to be recreated in Ukraine because the infrastructure for a lot of things set up to support Soviet-style weapons is not set up to support something like an F-16. And then this is just my last comment. Ukraine being in a war with an existential threat, they do not have to worry about why they're buying weapons, why they're acquiring weapons. It's to win the war, it's to kill Russians. But as I say, if you look at these major procurements here, these were all made based on completely different types of considerations. You know, Poland wanted F-16s because they said, oh, if there's ever a war, F-16s are the countries that are going to be coming from other places to our country. So we want those. And Brazil wanted a company that would breathe a lot of life into Embraer and so on. But this is a way that defense industrial politics are very strange, and they move from country to country. In Ukraine, it's going to have only one function. It's how to be stronger, better, faster than the Russians and to eventually expel them from the country.
Thank you. Phil?
Great. I had the stage set between the general and I sort of took a broader definition of this panel. It was instead of military industrial capacity, I'm going to call it sustainment capacity, because it isn't just the industry. There's other aspects to it that I'd like to at least mention. One that tends to be neglected is manpower. So the Ukrainians went to war with their active force. They've doubled the number of brigades. Of the force that was there on February 24th, 2022, only 20% of those officers and troops are left. They've been replaced by reservists who are mobilized. Now many of those units are significantly depleted. Ukraine started the war with one territorial brigade. They created, I believe, 31. These were originally to be in regional defense. In fact, as almost a basis for insurgency or local protection. But because of the needs for manpower, and these were based on volunteers, local volunteers, most of whom had no military experience. And in these territorial brigades, they did not have the training assets. Some of them didn't have concerns, let alone or weapons, but they've been and essentially been turned into light infantry. And with the losses at the front now, they've been thrown into the breach. But they don't have combined arms experience. They don't have radios. So it's they call themselves meat. Ukraine has a manpower problem. They do not mobilize young people. So they have not had a national draft. Even the reservists who are called up are limited to age 26. I think they're going to drop that to age 25. This is not sustainable. They're going to have to call a national draft. You go on a Friday or Saturday night into a bar or a disco, and it's full of young men who in our countries would be serving in similar situation. I understand it's politically extremely sensitive. As you know, males are not allowed to leave the country, and a lot of those people are not going to be happy about being drafted. But it's something's going to have to happen there. Let's turn to the second problem that tends not to get much attention, and that's maintenance. So 3 years ago, last time Ben and I were there together, the standard was what? Well, Ukraine needs to get standardized with NATO. Okay. Well, I'm here to tell you that they are today. Ukraine has more NATO equipment than any other country in the world. I'm just going to, and it's easy to say that, but try to maintain that. So, for example, there's 5 NATO tanks that have been sent to Ukraine. Each one has its own spare parts, own equipment needs, own optics. 20 different armored vehicles, armored fighting vehicles or infantry fighting vehicles. 28 light Humvee type, 28. And SAMs, 7 different SAM systems. And artillery, 12 different self-propelled. I'm not counting the Toad, just 12 different self-propelled. And the reason I emphasize self-propelled is because while they're extremely useful in the battlefield in terms of mobility, survivability, they are extremely much more complex to maintain than is a Toad system. So there's 12 different, and the good news is they're basically standardized on 155 millimeter ammunition. The bad news is that that's been depleted. I was talking to, we just got back from the last 2 months in and out of Ukraine. I was talking to a brigade commander. He goes, last summer, we were killing 10 Russians for every guy we were losing, my brigade. For example, I had a 30-man platoon, and where we were taking those out. So at the end of a month, basically, we had killed 300 Russians, but the equivalent of my platoon would be gone. Well, come fall, when the U.S. supply chain got thinned out because of Gaza and Middle East, no Ukrainian or no commander in the world is going to just use up all his artillery until he doesn't, ammunition until he doesn't have any. So they said, okay, we're going to go to half usage. So now we're only going, instead of killing 10 Russians, we're only going to be killing 5 their ammunition. When the Congress stopped the indecision on Sidiophobia on aid to Ukraine, they had to cut it in half again. It's not now, and you can look at the results. It's already been mentioned to Divka and so forth. To give you how crazy it is, of the artillery systems that we in the West sent, they're only being used at 20% capacity for lack of ammunition. It's nuts. Now, in terms of the maintenance issue, the United States was pretty good about sending maintenance packages and supplies and repair systems, and so forth, and even training up the Ukrainians to use our systems. But a lot of NATO countries sent stuff, but it's just sent the weapon without any support. For example, the American produced but held in many NATO countries, the M109 155 howitzer, great system, self-propelled. 300 of those systems arrived in Ukraine. Only half of them are being used because the other half didn't arrive with enough spare parts. So the barrels are being taken from those when and in exchange when they get burnt out, and likewise with engines and so forth. It's crazy. It's crazy. Last week, the Russians had a new total. They fired 80,000 rounds of ammunition in one day of artillery. 80,000. And just look at the press at how much even we are talking about sending, even if we pass the aid package. The artillery differential between the Ukrainians and the Russians is 6.5 to 1. There's also the supply issue. So it's a serious maintenance issue. And the question is, who does that? The supply issue is not just for artillery or the armored vehicle or vehicles with motive power. For example, half of the manpad systems in Ukraine now are Western, at least 5 different types. So you have a system and you need to replace it. You need to be able to maintain it. Of the anti-tank guided missiles, half of the anti-tank guided missile systems in Ukraine are now Western in terms of types, and you can do mortars and so forth. So it's Ukraine industry and Rueben has been eloquent and describe and the general in describing the change from state-owned entity. And I was certainly one of the critics of Ukraine boron prom. I call it Ukraine boron porn. I like that. And the reason I did it is because their mission statement had 3 major missions. One, take Soviet era products, modernize them a little bit, and sell them to the third world to make money. Third, to pay taxes. In 2017, they paid more taxes to the government of Ukraine than the military in Ukraine bought from the Ukrainian that defense industry. The whole idea was to essentially a cash cow to provide the government money, and also to keep the 100,000 employees employed. So the military were at the fourth and last priority. That's not true now. They're trying to change it. They have a new director who's extremely qualified, unlike the previous ones who were primarily political appointees. And they're a fraction of their former size, but they remain really important because they're doing all that maintenance on all those different systems. That's not done by a group of entrepreneurs in somebody's garage. Likewise, when Western countries want to have a strategic alliance with the Ukrainian industry, they will not generally come into a country and sign up an agreement with some small little, 20-man, 30-man firm. So the good news is that 5 countries in NATO have created a strategic industrial alliance with Ukraine. Canada, Denmark, Germany, France, and Britain. And who are they doing it with? They're doing it with the remnants of Ukro. So there is a function in that state industry, and we can all criticize it, and it's bureaucratic and Soviet era and so forth. And it was at one point supplying 40% of these components to the Russian army. Nonetheless, it ends up having a critical role. It's not going to disappear and should not disappear, at least probably while this war is going on. The Russians have been targeting the plants. The general is correct that most of the targeting has been against the Ukro facilities, but nonetheless, they've also now recently started targeting the larger entrepreneurial units. Mention was made of the success of the Ukraine Neptune missile. A few weeks ago, the Russians targeted that plant. The engineers did not leave when the air raid sounded, and 20 of them were killed. The Russians are systematically trying to wipe out Ukrainian defense industry. A lot has been talked about innovation, and I'm a big fan of it. And certainly a lot of these smaller units have entrepreneurial spirit, and they are trying to link up with Western supply. One of the issues, and drones are the issue of the day, and everybody's building drones. The one area that tends to be neglected is counter-drone technology. And it's natural to turn to electronic warfare to try and break or suppress the control of the drones. But as drones become more autonomous in their control and even targeting, that's getting harder, not easier. almost every drone that's used, at least over the battlefield, it depends on an optical train. It has a camera looking down. General Kubelenko's DARPA unit is one of the few that was doing some work, at least with lasers as counter optical train work. And in an area that is exciting and has great potential is to be able to think of using those lasers instead of vertically against snipers or against anti-tank missile launchers, vertically to burn out the optical trains. And that's an area of significant innovation. But there's problems. And one of the big problems is us. So a major US company wants to go over and talk to them. We can borrow, steal, buy Ukrainian technology, but in terms of transferring ours to them is an absolute, as Rueben said, a nightmare in terms of bureaucracy and ITAR. I'll give two positive examples recently I haven't to know about personally. So Ukrainians had developed, so in this modern combat with protective systems, the good news is that soldiers are surviving injuries more, but they're taking greater proportion of injuries to their limbs. And with modern submunitions, and particularly high velocity bullets, when it hits a bone, it shatters the bone, and you tend to lose that arm and leg. Ukraine right now has about 90,000 so seriously wounded that they cannot return. They will not be functional either for the military or the society, as the senator alluded to. So that's a serious need. So there were some Ukrainians who developed a concept of using 3D printing to do replacement bones. They've now linked up with Sinai Hospital here, and a whole series of the project is called Adam. You can look it up on YouTube, see some really cool videos. They're now going to be doing that bone replacement for shattered bones in a hospital in Eastern Poland. Thank you. And my last point is one of the areas another area that Ukraine is starting at the cabinet level is a program called Amidst, Military Innovation Technology Solutions. And the idea is, because you have these little entrepreneurial things, usually they're scientists or engineers. They don't know how to run a company. They haven't been to business school or so forth. So the idea is to put together Western teams to mentor them and so to help them not only in terms of their own business, but also in linking up with Western partners. And I think that's going to be a very exciting initiative. So in conclusion, I don't mean to be negative. I'm very positive in terms of Ukrainian technology. It's been its potential, and as both the general and Rueben has said. But there are some very real challenges, and I don't think it behooves us to minimize those or ignore them. If I had a bottom line, I would say that Ukraine has great potential, but right now no strategy in terms of incorporating and further developing its defense industry, and that needs to be worked on. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Let me just make 2 points as chairman. One, piggybacking on what Phil has just concluded with, we heard earlier today that we don't have a strategy either for defense. And I mean, I can tell you this, the example I quoted earlier today, a couple of people in the audience were there also, with the J4 said, he didn't even know what the Lend-Lease program had been doing. Or he didn't even mention that he didn't even know it was no longer legal. It was no longer on the books. So it's very clear that apart from the political struggle, there is no strategy in the United States. And if there's no strategy, you lose, regardless of everything else. I've talked about this with General Hodges in the past and so forth. Second, when 10 years ago, when they had when the Russians annexed Crimea, we had a demonstration right here in Lafayette Park. Walter remembers, I was there. At the time, I quoted Nelson's famous remark at Trafalgar. I mean, he already knew he was dying, he was mortally wounded, but they tell him they've won. And he said that England has saved herself by her example, by her exertions in Europe, by her example. Ukraine has the potential to save itself by its exertions. provided we give it the means, or as Churchill said, give us the tools and we'll do the job. But if the West is still unable to get its act together, those exertions will not have an exemplary, to paraphrase Nelson, effect on the rest of Europe and the West, or the world. Because as Prime Minister Meloni has said in Italy, Hamas's attack on October 7th would not have been possible without the Russians invading Ukraine. That's a signal to all the bad actors. You can talk about North Korea, Iran, China, and so forth. The Chinese trying to push around Philippines, North Korea's nuclear program, Iran's use of proxies, and the Russians are also involved in this. They're supporting the Houthis in the Red Sea. So it is urgent, and I don't use that word lightly. It is urgent that the United States not only have a strategy for helping Ukraine, but that it work with Ukraine to make sure that Ukraine wins and that there's a strategy in place for the post-war Europe so we don't lose that piece as well for the third time after World War I, after the end of the Cold War. We had one in place that came about at the end of World War II. It was difficult to bring into effect, and there were a lot of detours and so forth, but it worked. It held the peace for 70 years, but we could lose it all again. So defense industry is critical, as Phil said, and as my colleagues have said. There's a lot of interesting, original, positive things happening in Ukrainian defense sector, but it needs a strategy and a vision and people to make those visions work. So, questions? Sir, identify yourself first, please.
Hi, my name is Volodymyr. I'm a Canadian Forces veteran. I've spent a lot of time in Ukraine, did some work. General Havrilov, run a couple of books. Dr. Karber, I'm sort of an old hat at some of this. I've been working on these Ukraine projects for about 10 years.
Take the mic.
I was last there in November, actually, for about a month and a half. So I'm going to talk about tactical medicine. As you know, the last Surgeon General or commander of the medical military was replaced recently. There were some, how should I put it, problems with standardization and procurement of military medical supply. We talked a lot about Ukrainian manpower or lack thereof. And I'm quite a student, being a former medic myself, about conservation of manpower. You talked about shattered bone. The Ukrainians are looking to the United States and NATO in terms of their military protocols and are using a lot of them, but a lot of them have changed or are different in Ukraine due to a lack of air superiority. The golden hour and these concepts that we have in military medicine just don't exist or go out the door. Furthermore, things like tourniquet conversion or the emphasis on pressure dressing versus applying a tourniquet to everybody you see have not been ingrained. So the proper training of troops has not been standardized and implemented and emphasized. Further, the other complaint by Ukrainian military doctors is that the standardization of tourniquets, which the United States and other NATO countries could help with, grab all the Ukrainian tourniquets, say these work, these don't, use these, don't use these, would be quite helpful, because right now there are a number of companies in Ukraine that make tourniquets, and I applaud the micro entrepreneurs and the defense industry sector that are making all these tourniquets, but everybody says, I am Spartacus. They say, mine's the best, everybody else sucks. That's what Sienyk says, that's what Dnipro says about everybody else, and that's what everybody keeps on doing to everybody. So this is a positive role that NATO could do, that JTS in the States specifically, and Special Operations Medical Association, Scientific Assembly could do easily. Jill and the JTS with the US military could do. I would like a commentary perhaps on that, because yes, there are going to be shattered bones, but many limbs are being lost and we're losing manpower due to tens of thousands of amputations and many of them unnecessary. Thank you.
Does anybody have an answer? Can any of you speak to that? I'm afraid that we don't have the capability to answer your question. I'm sorry, General Hodges. Mike, General Hodges.
Excellent panel. I mean, really some complex issues that all three of you, all four of you addressed. And Phil, you reminded us that what so many people are clamoring for, all this equipment that's sitting somewhere, just give it to the Ukrainians. Not one of them will work. Every single one of the hundreds of Bradleys and tanks and all the other stuff, it will need thousands of dollars of work in order to be functional. So I think we should be careful about pressing for more of that until we've addressed the maintenance and the sustainability of what's already there. And of course, adding more shooters without adding ammunition may not be helpful either. My question is about procedures. Is there anything for each of you, if Secretary Austin were here or Senator Duckworth, if she was back here, if there's like one thing that we could fix in the US or in Ukraine that would make these things easier? I'm not talking about political decisions about let's provide, but is there a procedural thing that makes this harder than it should be to move quickly on? Assume a political decision has been made.
Do you mind taking that to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll give you three. One is have a selective change in the ITAR for Ukraine, recognizing that they are an ally and they're in dire strait, and we got to. It doesn't mean you do open door for every technology, but we're sending them black programs. But we've got to be able to streamline that bureaucratic process so that we can share some of our technology with them as they're developing theirs to actually have a synergistic effect. Secondly, I think it's critical to solve the ammunition deal, and it's like everybody's sort of obvious, but there got to be some creative ways. One of which is our own services are being a bit jealous with their assets. So they're sitting on, so I'd say, well, gee, if we had, we have a war in Europe, we have a war in the Pacific, we need so much war reserve stocks, therefore we can't give any more. And I think that's a mistake. And when we talk about a need for an American strategy, we need to say, wait a minute, if this is really a critical conflict.
That's a political decision. I'm talking about a procedural thing where we have a rule change so that these things can go fast.
But I won't argue with it. But part of that is part of the part. I will not. Part of it is a procedural issue in the sense of getting stuff done. But about the policy. Lastly, I think the 5 countries that I mentioned are creating these strategic partnerships. I think the United States ought to approach that and do so carefully, and particularly giving some aid and support for this Amidst initiative. This is a Ukrainian initiative at the cabinet level, and it could make a big difference in jumpstarting these. But it is a procedural thing about, well, gee, they're too small. I think we need to recognize the value of these entrepreneurial companies and find ways to help them and not kind of just push them off to the side, which I think we do. Right?
Yeah. Just very quickly, I've been involved with some Ukrainian companies on some efforts to modernize some Russian kit, but using American hardware in the process. You have no idea how hard that is. You have no idea how many times I was called an enemy of the people because I was just trying to be helpful. I mean, and then once this thing gets started, the Ukrainian company comes to me and they say, well, these idiot American companies couldn't figure out how to give me a contract. I said, well, yeah, but he said, well, he says, they give me a bunch of money and I go to my bank and because they have money laundering laws in Ukraine, my bank can't accept the money because I don't have a contract to show where I got it from. I mean, there's the mechanism that should have been there a year ago to facilitate this sort of thing still doesn't exist.
About procedures, and We should divide it in three parts. First of all, it's decision making. So to get the permission, it's the longest part of the process. It's about licensing. It's about other things, discussions here in or European Command. Once there is a decision, the process is very fast. If especially these items are available, if they are someday in stock, no problem. U.S. Army works like a tough mechanism. There is a problem with preparing the equipment which was in storages and requires some services before to be delivered. And that is the issue because there is no adrenaline in the logistic people here because they live on the peacetime tempo. In Ukraine, we could do it much faster because we understand the feeling in the front. So if we could fix that stage to prepare the equipment which need to be delivered in a more fast manner, it would be very helpful. About delivery of already existing ready equipment, it's not the problem. US machine is one of the best in the world, so we receive it immediately. If anybody was in Poland, in Rzeszów, there's a huge logistic base where all equipment from all countries of the world for Ukraine arrive. And every 10, 15 minutes, you see the huge American cargo plane carrying something, if there is a decision to give it to Ukraine. So, and both sides, if they sit together, Ukrainian and American side, and they agreed on the dates and volumes, usually it is executed. The problem is, as I mentioned, with the decision-making about the permission and the servicing of the equipment, which is somewhere in the storage. All other things, yes, there are some custom issues, other issues. They were much more worse at the beginning of the war. Now, step by step, they are simplified where possible. It's not the key problem. And we also discussed today, for example, here with the government, about losing the procedures of US companies' presence in Ukraine. Now it's forbidden. So, and also how to easier procedure of providing licenses for technological transfer, for direct commercial sales, like that. So there is a number of initiatives, and it's much better than we started the war.
We're going to start taking two questions at a time. Walter has the first, and sir, you'll be the second.
I'm just very.
Wait to the mic, Walter.
Yeah. I'm just very curious. Once you mentioned the Hamas issue and the fact that the Red Sea has become a real sort of zone of its own, and we know that sooner or later someone's going to be playing around with sea drones on the bad side and seriously doing it. Isn't it imperative for the Americans? And this is actually to both General Hodges and the entire panel. We've been talking about it. Isn't that another imperative why in this particular panel we should be really interested in cooperation between Ukrainian industry and U.S. industry? Because the fact is, we have a lot to learn about those sea babies and how they, because the United States has got a lot of carriers around, and the Chinese are watching as well. So isn't it imperative at this point, man, that someone sit down in Washington and decide that maybe we've got a lot to learn from these crazy ukes and that are sinking, just sank 1/3 of the Black Sea fleet? Or am I losing it? I mean,
why would you pay the Ukrainians $30,000 for one of these things when you can pay Raytheon $1.1 million?
Well, that's what I was going to also ask you that.
Okay, I mean, it's that Ukrainian model is not built to tolerances out in the 16th decimal place. That's just not acceptable.
We're in the 23rd congressional district.
Yeah, and just to actually follow that up, because the Chinese now are trying to outdo, despite the fact that they're seeing that capital ships might be in trouble. They're building a whole lot of capital ships. Wouldn't it be in our interest to go asymmetric on them and build sea drones?
Well, yes. So you had the second question.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Can you identify yourself?
Oh yeah, sorry. Grant Turner, currently with Yorktown Institute. I was wondering how much, when it comes to the competition amongst all these companies, it's open source and sharing, or if they're kind of siloing and keeping their information to themselves. So yeah, in other words, is this ecosystem of companies really working together, or are they competing kind of more aggressively against each other?
Are those Ukrainian companies you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
I can tell you that on some of these programs, I'll just use the Neptune as an example. There, and of course, this happened before the war, but there was very, very good cooperation between the major partners. But I will say that these were companies that basically already knew each other pretty well. They worked together on other things. Personally, the enterprise directors knew each other. So, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but yeah, there is cooperation in some. There could always be more, but it's not non-existent.
That's why these entrepreneurial countries need some mentorship, people who can help make that synapse.
And maybe to add to this, so we have a kind of ecosystem of these companies in Ukraine, and they have a number of joint events, how to share the designs, how to share the ideas, and our government is involved in that. So we call that events hackathons. And we can see it's a closed event for companies only, but there are a lot of young companies with a small number of people, but with great ideas. And together they discuss time to time that ideas because of the war. It's not about the competition, it's about how to achieve the effective design as soon as possible. After the war, they will become tough competitors, of course, and not many survive.
Yeah, let me add a point to Walter's question. We'll come to you, sir. It was revealed a couple of days ago in the press that we have telephone intercepts from the Russians to the Houthis. So when the Houthis got up and said that the next target is going to be cable traffic in the Red Sea between Europe and Asia, which is a vital target, that's a Russian operation. I mean, General Hodges knows from his experience, others who've been in NATO, NATO worries a lot about the Russian fleet trying to interdict those communications between the continental US and Europe. When the war started in February 22, people don't realize this, the Northern Fleet surged out of its Arctic bases into the North Atlantic to be prepared to cut those communications if we retaliated. If you remember, there's this whole scandal about them interfering with Irish fishermen, and that's what this was all about. So this is a Russian operation, and they were happy we got from the Russian, and it would not be surprising to see Russian drones or missiles coming from Russia, or Iranian missiles subcontracted from Iran, and so on, or even from the factory that they built in Russia to the Houthis to do this, to create a second front, essentially. And tie us down. Again, you know, Ukraine is exerting itself to its utmost. People have to learn from that example and understand that the Russians are going to try to widen the front. What's going on in the Balkans is another example. Transnistria and Moldova was mentioned today. And a third, so this is, I think, a deliberate strategy by Moscow to harass the alliance wherever possible globally. And there's going to have to be technological solutions to this, because as somebody pointed out earlier today, we cannot be on the wrong side of the cost equation. If you can build a drone for $100,000 and it can do damages in the millions, and the only way you can take that out is a missile costing 10 million, that's not going to work.
There's also the speed. There's also the speed.
Right.
We're operating as if we have all the time in the world, and we don't. In terms of our own resupplying, our building up our own ammunition stocks, and so forth. One way to look at it is Ukraine is buying us time, buying us and NATO time, particularly the Europeans. They're tying up 14 of the 14 Russian armies today. When that conflict stops, however it ceases, and the Russians redeploy those, and they've already said a couple are going up against Finland, a couple more are going against the Baltics, and then into Belarus. It's going to dramatically change the threat. And so whatever time that takes the Russians to end the conflict and redeploy the stuff, that's time NATO has to get ready, but it's not infinite. And we need to take it much more serious that time is not on our side.
Let me jump on that. All of you remember, well, most of you remember 30 years ago when we did Desert Storm, all of a sudden there was this flood of articles. And I remember this, I was a professor at the Army War College then. This is a revolution in military affairs. This is what Ogarkov was talking about. To some degree it was. And this is going to revolutionize warfare. We're going to be technological. It's all going to have everything's going to be clear because we're going to have computers and we're going to know everything and so on. It didn't work out that way, but we are still going through a revolutionizing period now. For example, the transparency of the battlefield, which makes it so hard for people to advance because they can be seen no matter what they're trying to do. So the advent of drones and other long-range or cyber, and forthcoming AI and God knows what else. The Russians think about this stuff seriously. They have a hell of a hard time trying to implement it. If you read Dmitry Adamsky, you'll see that. But the point is, we're not going to get anywhere without a strategic vision. We may have been lucky in the 90s because we did what really was a Soviet operation. And my paper to this was briefed, and the last chairman of the chairman of the chief of staff said, "Oh yes, that's right," but we are blundering around, as Phil said, with as if we have all the time in the world, and we don't have a sense of urgency. Because if there was a sense of urgency, we wouldn't have the political snafu that we have today, and as well the bureaucratic obstacles to getting all this stuff done. So, okay, we have 5 minutes. 2 questions.
Irina from ODFFU. My question is, what triggers the stimulation of the cycle of production of ammunition in the US, whether it's to prepare for the Ukraine bill that may be passed, hopefully will be passed, or for our own capabilities with this, what's happening in the state of the world? What triggers that cycle of 8 hours to 10 hours to 12 hours of production of ammunition in the US?
I can tell you, it's always, and this is, I've written pages and pages about it. It's all about orders, okay? The reason we have HIMARS to be able to send to Ukraine is because in 2017, the UAE decided they wanted some. At that point, the system was out of production. So the production line had to spin back up. If it wasn't for them, we'd be flat on our ass. So, and this is a huge problem with procurement that nobody wants to talk about. But until we get to multi-year contracts, not just 1 year this, 1 year this, and 1 year that, and until we get to the point where the US military doesn't do like they order a whole bunch of stuff and then they say, oh, we were just kidding. No, we don't really want those anymore. But we build them already. What do? Oh, that's your problem. You evil defense contractors. You guys make all kinds of money. You get to fly business class. You're terrible people. That's your problem. Okay, until that stops, we're going to be in this same mess.
If I can add to that, we discussed earlier today the A-10s. I was in Kurt Volker's session. We have all these A-10s sitting out in a field somewhere. I don't know whether it's Nevada, New Mexico, or whatever, that nobody's using. Everything I've ever read about an A-10, and General Hodges may be able to confirm this, that's a great plane. The Army loves it. It's a terrific fighter. It's a great tank destroyer. It would irrevocably destroy a great deal of Russian military capability, and we can't get it out of the field to give it to Ukraine because of all these bureaucratic obstacles.
I would not want to fly an airplane that's been sitting in a field.
No, but I understand. But it could be renovated and made optimal for use. That's the point. Yes, I take your point, but that's the point. I mean, Ruben's right. You got to have contracts. That's why every government in the world that sells arms, whether it's the US, Russia, China, Israel, India, Turkey, they've got to have a contract because otherwise they can't afford to produce the stuff and keep it because they would end up producing too much weaponry for what they need. So they're constantly running after somebody to buy it, even if they don't need it. So in the third world, if you go to the third world, you'll see airfields with junk because somebody wanted expensive toys. Yeah, there's one last, sir.
John Goble from National Defense University. The UN actually is put in place contracts for mentoring of Ukrainian entrepreneurs in Poland to move them back into the Ukraine for the post-conflict side of the house. So the fact that we probably from a defense point of view aren't matching that is almost criminal. And when you start hearing the points that the Canadian back here was talking about in terms of just simple things like the right medical supplies and how do we get them medical supplies standardized across the board. There's an entire piece of that going on in OSD, unconventional warfare, and we ought to be testing our constructs and our concepts again in Ukraine, and we fail to do that because we're not talking to one another and not aware of the problem set.
Quickly.
So
Louder.
So with the hodgepodge of NATO equipment that Ukraine currently has, do they have the high-end manufacturing ability as well as the technical documentation to be able to make their own spare parts and repair these things, or are they wholly reliant on us to be delivering those parts?
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot been done last maybe 1 year to find a solution about transferring documentation, technical documentation, and providing Ukraine with permission to manufacture some spare parts and components. At the same time, there was very interesting solution provided by United States as sending 3D printers, huge printers, to produce spare parts for foreign US equipment next to the line of front, close, not to send that equipment back to Poland somewhere, but to produce it, to manufacture some spare parts, given the documentation available in United States, not transferring documentation, but sending just by wire the program to the printer and to reproduce that spare parts in Ukraine. This project started just last year. It's very successful. And both parties now very close to the joint agreement on transferring documentation on all US equipment, which was transferred to Ukraine, with a possibility to produce spare parts and make some changes if were possible in these designs. So we are very close to that. And I think just very soon we will see some results. But it was a problem, really problem last year and in 2022.
I was just going to say that if we're talking about U.S. equipment, I can't speak to the other countries, but if the U.S. equipment, if it's any kind of spare parts that relates to the functionality of the system, it's got to be sanctioned and licensed and certified by the OEM. That's the way most countries are like that. So now that's possible to do. There's a lot of defense companies around the world that make pieces for American equipment. It's part of the offset program that they usually have. But we're in Ukraine, we're not there yet.
Okay, thank you very much. That wraps up this panel. Thank you, sir. What I'm doing. No, I'm an independent.
You from the screen for some time.
No, I'm still here. I'm an independent consultant. I'm available if anybody wants me.
Okay.
So if you need me for a project, let me know. I'll give you a card.
Okay. We're the same basket of specialists. I'm also a consultant.
No, I got old. But we're raising 2 grandsons, so I got to keep working. 6 and 7. Yes. But I'm writing all the time. I'm writing on Ukraine and other things.
Taking part in this Karber program.
Yeah, I know. I know you. I know you.
Of course, you know.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, but I'm independent. I'm going to be 74. That'll give me a job anyway.
Thank you so much for this. I still owe you a beer. Are you going first? Wait. 13 pounds. Yeah, well, I mean, Germany's I was drinking by that age. I was drinking at 11, so that was problematic.
Well, see, the good thing is I'm in the DC area, so I need to approach somebody in the Arctic.
Yes, I got it.
I just wanted to hear,
Margarita, I think what we're going to do next time, no. I think what we're going to do next time is the energy and economic, because it's that important. I think it's going to be in the middle. We're going to get good news that the Russian energy problems, man, are a lot worse. What's that? I know that. Folks, man, we have people in Ukraine that are willing to talk to us, and it's midnight for them. So let's get back in our seats.
Okay. All right, let's start here. Thank you.
Let's finish this up.
Can you hear me now? Okay, my name is Margarita Assenova. I'm a senior fellow at the Jamestown Foundation. We have a great panel. Today, but let me start with a piece with potentially good news. Apparently, the Speaker of the House just announced that he would consider the package for Ukraine as soon as the government is funded, which means Senate votes on the extension and then the President signs it, and next step will be considering the package for Ukraine. This is potentially good news because he hasn't been saying anything like that for some time. But today's panel, the last one today, is about economy and energy. And the topic is more wide than it looks, examining the state of Ukraine's economy and energy resources, but we're going to also extend to what is happening with the Russian economy and energy sales, the most important funding source of the war. So I will start with our first speaker today. We have online Oksana, and we have online Ambassador Popadiuk. 1 second. This is not working for me. Ambassador Popadiuk is the first American ambassador to Ukraine, and he was also past principal of Morgan Lewis Consulting. Presently, he serves as president of the Diplomacy Center Foundation and the World Affairs Council of America. He's chairman of the National Board of Directors. He retired as member of the senior foreign service. He brings more than 30 years of experience in the areas of national security, political risk analysis, communication strategy, and energy policy, including serving on the National Security Council of Presidents Ronald Reagan and George Bush. And the next speaker online is going to be Oksana Ishchuk, who is Executive Director of Ukrainian think tank Center for Global Studies. Strategy 21st Century. She is also a member of the editorial board of the Black Sea Security Journal. She has more than 12 years of experience with a special focus on energy security, providing policy recommendations to Ukrainian authorities. She is an author of publications on the hybrid war and global energy market. And Andrew Fink is a former defense analyst who lived in Ukraine for 5 years while working on his PhD research. He received his PhD in political theory from the University of Leiden in 2020, with a thesis focusing on the use of conspiracy theories in anti-liberal propaganda campaigns and the long-term effects of these campaigns on violent extremist groups. While in Ukraine, Dr. Fink also contributed to the Ukrainian Navy strategic reappraisal. He has contributed to Euromaidan Press, The Dispatch, and other publications, often on issues related to Ukraine. He's currently a senior Russian analyst at Exovera. So we were going to start with Ambassador Popadiuk. We're going to move to Oksana. Then I will present a few slides on Russian energy and exports. And Dr. Fink is going to talk about the state of the Russian economy and for how long this can support such an war effort. Ambassador Popadiuk, thank you very much for being with us.
No, my pleasure. Sorry I can't be with you in person. I've always enjoyed these conferences, and my kudos to Walter and his team for putting this conference on. I gather it's been very successful, and I look forward to this panel carrying that success forward. Once again, thank you very much, Margarita. It's a very wide subject we have to deal with today, ranging not only from Ukraine's economy, but also to Russian energy sources and how the Russian economy is operating on the basis of that. I'd obviously like to limit my comments to the Ukrainian economy, in particular on agriculture, and touch a little bit on energy. In any country, there are two pillars for economic success. One is obviously the human resources, the population, and the second, of course, is the actual resources that a country has. In both categories, Ukraine has been blessed very much in terms of a very talented population, and at the same time, a very fertile soil in terms of being able to produce much agriculture. Now, to touch upon those, unfortunately, the war, as it enters its third year, has unhinged both categories and brought much suffering to the Ukrainian population. And at this point, it's worth just recounting, because this impacts the functioning of the economy very, very much so. If you look at the Ukrainian humanitarian crisis right now as a result of the war, you have approximately 6 million people still serving as refugees outside the country, particularly in Germany, Poland, and the Czech Republic. In addition, you still have approximately 4 million internally displaced people, and you have about 14 million people that are still in need of some kind of humanitarian assistance. All of this is a predicament for the Ukrainian economy and for the Ukrainian people. Putting aside the humanitarian concerns, obviously this kind of population shift has impacted the talent pool of Ukraine because of the refugee crisis. It's also impacted the labor force, and it's also impacted productivity. As a result of that, Ukraine's economy has suffered very much so. If you look at the first year of Ukraine's functioning and during the war, the economy contracted about 30%. Right now, Ukraine has a debt of about $145 billion. But, you know, having said all that, the Ukrainian people are very, very resilient, and they've been able to move forward very, very well given the circumstances. I'll point to a number of things. For example, 90% of Ukrainian businesses outside the actual war zones are still functioning and carrying out. That's a success rate. Inflation has been brought down from approximately 27 to 5%. And for 2024, GDP is expected to grow in the range of 3 to 5%. So there are some good turns here, and I credit the Ukrainian people, their resolve and their morale to keep pushing forward in spite of the Russian aggression against them. But turning back to the population issue, it also impacts the functioning of the society in a number of other ways. You have to look to the future and what this war has done to the future of Ukraine. And a good indication is the student population. About 5 million students have been impacted. There have been 3,800 schools that the Russians have destroyed as a result of the bombings, which means only about 30% of Ukrainian students are able to go to actual schools. This impacts their socialization and education, and obviously this will have an impact in the future in terms of the economy of the country. 10% of the housing stock in the country has been damaged or destroyed. So people are basically homeless or in some kinds of shelters. And about 12 million people are lacking energy or have limited access to energy. So that's a huge swath of people that are suffering energy, housing, as well as educational setbacks. And these are all issues that need to be tackled. The international community has responded. We do give a lot of assistance to Ukraine's humanitarian needs, but at the same time, it's not enough. If you look at the US figures, through mid-January of 2024, the United States has provided approximately 75 billion in aid to Ukraine, of which only 1.6 billion has been for humanitarian assistance. This is not enough to overcome the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. You have to deal with the humanitarian crisis in order to be able to build a sound future for the Ukraine's economy. And when you look at the actual situation now from a bird's eye view, the World Bank, for example, estimated just earlier this month that Ukraine will need $486 billion over 10 years in order to carry out its post-war reconstruction efforts. This is an increase in the estimate of $75 billion over the previous years. I think all these numbers are all very conservative. If you look at the real situation as the war continues, I wouldn't be surprised if the number goes north of $1 trillion that'll be needed to help Ukraine overcome its damaged economy and get its people back on the right track to moving forward. Having said all that, there are certain areas of the economy that have been very much focused on by the Russians in terms of their attacks. Obviously, energy is one of those. I understand some of our speakers will be addressing a lot of those issues. But just to say, the Russians have bombed a variety of power stations, generators, as well as transmission lines. They have also, as you all know, the story about the Zaporizhia nuclear facility, damaged that, and that has cut back on Ukraine's electrical needs. In the occupied territories, the Russians have been able to get control of 30% of Ukraine's solar power generation and about 90% of its wind power generation. So in terms of green energy futures, if these territories continue to be held by the Russians, Ukraine's green energy future will be impacted gravely. So there are consequences that are going to unfold in the future as depending on how the war unfolds. In terms of agriculture, I want to deal specifically with agriculture. Agriculture is the main source for Ukraine's economy. Ukraine is a major producer of wheat, barley, corn, sunflower seed oil. Actually, some estimates say that Ukraine can feed about 10 times its population worldwide. So you're talking 400 million people that can be fed by Ukraine. And a lot of countries depend on Ukrainian grain exports. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, for example, relies on Ukrainian grains to be able to supply a lot of the malnourished areas of the world that the UN services. So any setbacks in the export or production of grains in Ukraine impacts not only Ukraine's economy because of the lower export, but also impacts the worldwide situation. Outside of the humanitarian impact it has on the outside world, it also impacts world food prices. So there's a whole ripple effect here that is very, very important. And the Russians have been very much concentrated on undermining Ukraine's agricultural sector. They've bombed a variety of areas. When they did the Kakhovka Dam in last year, that flooded much of the southern parts of Ukraine's area. That flooded a lot of agricultural territory. At the same time, it creates a lot of environmental issues to reclaim that land for agricultural use. Another important feature that people have to realize is that about a third of Ukraine's territory has been mined. Actually, Ukraine is the most mined area in the world outside of Afghanistan and Syria, now surpassing those two countries. So a lot of Ukrainian agricultural land is mined and is also damaged because of bombing and other environmental issues, such as the dam bursting, the Kakhovka Dam, as I mentioned. It's going to take, the World Bank estimates, about $37 billion to reclaim this this land and make it productive once again and make it safe for use. So this is a huge task that the Ukrainians are going to need to face in the future. The other thing that are very telling is that the Russians have not only destroyed a lot of the territory, agricultural territory, but they've also been able to abscond with much of the Ukrainian agricultural machinery. They've just literally taken the machinery and taken it to Russia. They've also taken grains. For example, 500,000 metric tons of grain have been taken. And to make matters worse, not only have they destroyed the territory and taken the grains, but they've taken the grain and are selling it on the world market in the global south. So they're using Ukrainian food resources for their own use in terms of selling it overseas. These are very big challenges that the Ukrainian economy will face. But it's not just the Ukrainian economy. It's going to be the need for a concerted international effort to help Ukraine overcome these issues. I would point out that, for example, there's a lot of interest in Ukraine's economy now. I know the Ukrainian government is looking to working with a variety of bodies. We have, for example, BlackRock that's offered its services to help Ukraine devise an investment plan for private investors. So there's a lot of interest. Unfortunately, the war situation is holding back a lot of people from coming into Ukraine to make the proper investments to get the country moving on the right track. I don't want to go into too much because I know we have other speakers, so I'd like to leave it, Margarita, at this point. But I would like to just repeat once again, I think we should all admire Ukraine's resolve. People have been wonderful in terms of facing the difficulties that I've outlined, and I'm very confident that they'll be able to overcome these challenges and rise to the occasion and rebuild a very strong and prosperous future for themselves. So thank you very much, Margarita.
Thank you very much. Is Oksana here? Yes, wonderful. Thank you very much for being with us. It's probably in the middle of the night in Ukraine.
Yes, it's midnight in Ukraine, and it's a great pleasure to take part in such a panel with distinguished panelists. So thank you for inviting. In my speech, I would like to deal with energy issues because our center focus on energy security. And to begin with, I'd like to say that last year, the Russians tried to cause blackouts with huge long-range missile attacks and prioritized energy. But this year, they are trying to destroy our economy by targeting industrial facilities in key industrial regions such as Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Poltava, Kryvyi Rih, Kharkiv, and so on. So also they're trying to target energy facilities close to the front line. The Russian fossil fuel is the main fuel for war machine and energy quadra such as crude oil, petroleum products, natural gas, coal, nuclear sector are the tools for Russia, which it employs for the Russian military machine to function. It also helps to shape the global energy space and to influence global geoeconomic and geopolitical landscape. Therefore, stopping Russian energy expansion is a matter of common security, not only for Ukraine, but for Ukraine and the West. And for this, tough and long-lasting international sanctions against the Russian liquefied gas industry are needed. The Arctic LNG 2 project is already under US and UK sanctions, but There are no EU-wide sanctions on Russian gas or LNG imports that helps Russia to remain the third supplier of LNG to Europe after US and Qatar. So European countries like Belgium, France, and Spain are the main buyers, and they continue to rely on Russian LNG. Also, the nuclear component received insufficient attention within sanctions regime. At first glance, it seems rational. Why? Because the oil industry is the most profitable for Russia, bringing in around $200 billion per year for the last 5 years, and fueling the war budget, making it logical choice for Western countries to choose the oil and oil products for initial sanctions. But Rosatom annual revenues were $14 billion in 2023. And of course, this doesn't appear significant in comparison with revenues from oil export and from the export of oil products. However, the situation is not as straightforward as it seems at first glance. And not only the financial component should be taken into consideration, but also another factors. Foreign actors tend to look to Rosatom, the only Russian corporation that deals with nuclear energy, through the lens of a peaceful atom. However, Rosatom controls every nuclear-related industry, including the production of nuclear warheads. The Rosatom Arms cluster manages the entire cycle of nuclear weapons production, from its development and manufacturing to the delivery of nuclear warheads to military units such as 12th Main Directorate of the Russian Defense Ministry. So, my first point is that fueling the Russian nuclear weapons machine with money and the possibility of expanding its influence worldwide undermines all efforts to achieve strategic stability, especially after Russia suspended its participation in the START 3, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. Moreover, Russia uses nuclear blackmail against Ukraine and Europe in general. It has been threatening to use nuclear weapons against Ukraine and has also captured Europe's largest NPP, Zaporizhzhia, as Roman Popadiuk have already mentioned it, which is another unprecedented crime. And today's Putin speech also is confirmation that Russia is ready to continue its nuclear blackmail against the West. In April 2022, the European Parliament adopted a resolution calling for an immediate embargo on Russian oil, gas, and nuclear fuel. The EU member states were also called to cease cooperation with Rosatom. The plan of the Yermak-Makfol expert group on Russian sanctions from April 19, 2022 called for sanctions against Rosatom also. However, some global players demonstrated an unwillingness to do so. They prefer focusing on the peaceful atom component of Rosatom's activity, and they do not want to disrupt business chains and cause problems for Rosatom clients in the USA and Europe. While US Congress has introduced a number of bills aimed at curtailing nuclear imports from Rosatom, from Russia, it has failed to sign any into law. US should review its approach to previously granted licenses to the daughters and granddaughters of Rosatom, in particular Transnap Export, International Brand 10X, and Uranium One. The latter conduct extensive activities in the sale and extraction of uranium raw materials, increasing the volume of supplies in USA and Europe, creating dependencies according to a scheme similar to that implemented by Gazprom in the sphere of gas supplies to the EU market. In fact, Rosatom destroying competition in the world market subordinated the production of uranium-containing raw materials in Kazakhstan. You know, last year Kazakhstan supplied 46% of uranium raw materials to the world market. So now we could say that Rosatom controls the facilities also in Kazakhstan. And in the United States alone, acting through subsidiaries, it has 25 contracts for the supply of uranium raw materials with 19 American firms until 2028 for a total of $6.5 billion. Cheap Russian nuclear fuel on the global energy market led to the closure of many uranium mining enterprises and uranium mines, including those in the USA. A direct ban on the import of uranium to the USA from the facilities of Rosatom would be completely logical and without special consequences. So summarizing, I would like to mention my two key points. First, the absence of an adequate response, as well as letting the Russian nuclear giant grow after 2 years of the full-scale war, only encourages Russia to intensify and expand its aggression. And my second point is it's important to remember that by purchasing Russian nuclear fuel or nuclear technologies from Rosatom, the Western pragmatists are financing not only the development of peaceful atom, but also the development of Russian nuclear forces, with which the Kremlin threatens both Ukraine and the West. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Oksana. This was excellent. Thank you. I'm so glad that you talked about uranium production and nuclear power, nuclear fuel production, and how it's used for military purposes as well. Yes, Kazakhstan is the largest producer of uranium in the world, not Russia. But Kazakhstan has almost no uranium enrichment facilities. And there is only one that exports to China. It's Chinese-Kazakhstan joint venture. Because of that, all the uranium from Kazakhstan goes to Russia, to the enrichment facilities, and from there it's distributed, sold to the world as Russian nuclear fuel. Why can't we, the West, invest in enrichment facilities in Kazakhstan and buy directly from Kazakhstan? It doesn't need to go to Russia. It can come through the middle corridor, through the Caucasus, directly to Europe, and from there to the United States if we need it. But this, as Steve Blank pointed well, it needs strategic thinking on all levels, not only on military level, but also on the level of energy and economy. So here is, okay, I barely can see this. I will continue with a presentation on energy, Russian energy, and see what is happening on the oil and gas sector. And I hope that this is going to complement what Oksana said about the nuclear sector. Okay, so I can move this way. Oh, excellent. So let's start with oil and gas. And let's look what is happening in Europe. These are very, very important changes that are happening on the European continent in terms of energy security. And frankly, 3 years ago, I would never have believed that the European continent, the European Union, can get their act together and get rid of Russian oil almost completely, actually, almost completely, and the Russian gas to 75% down. So this is a very big change. done within a very short period of time. And if we look at the crude oil and petroleum products, and oil and petroleum products from Russia that are coming, the steep decline is very visible. They're down by 90%. In fact, the Russian energy ministers recently said that they're down from 45% to only 4-5%. So it's 10 times down. The same is happening. Where is Russian oil going now? Because we say, we look at the sales of Russian oil and its volumes, they have not changed much. They have changed very little, in fact. Yes, they're going to India, they're going to China. India is the biggest buyer of Russian oil. That has started to change in the last couple of months because there was disagreement in what currency this oil to be paid. The Russians don't want rupees, the Indians don't want to pay in rubles, and they are working on some kind of agreement. But the truth is India became Russia's biggest customer, followed by China. Next one is Turkey. The European countries, only 4 of them have exemption, and this is a temporary exemption. It's called derogation from the European Commission, but this is going to expire by the end of the year. And when we look at this, I'm sorry, I should have shown you this. I'm moving here, but not here. And when we look at these changes and looking at the volumes that have changed, as I mentioned, by 90% oil, and you can see that it has decreased from about 15 million tons to 1.4 million tons by March 23, as soon as the embargo came into effect in December 22. And then in February, the embargo on oil products also came into effect. So currently, the European Union only imports about 400,000 barrels a day from Russia to 4 countries, Hungary, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic by pipeline, and to Bulgaria by sea. But this is ending tomorrow. From tomorrow, Bulgaria is no longer going to import Russian oil, and the still Russian-owned refinery, Lukoil, is going to start importing oil from other sources, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and other countries in the Middle East. Okay, sorry about that. It's next slide I want to show you. And yes, the volumes are the same, but the money is no good. The money is a lot less for the same volumes of Russian oil. And experts are saying, and statistics are saying, that the price of Russian oil is much lower. It's about 40% sometimes lower than the Brent oil. And it's sometimes up to $40 per barrel. Down from what Brent is being sold. So this is a very big discount, very deep discounts that the Russians have to give in order to sell their oil. Because when you're put in this begging condition, you want to sell your oil, but there are not many customers and the lucrative ones are completely gone. You have to sell it with whatever they are going to pay you. The additional restrictions that came with the cap on oil of $60 were implemented since October by the United States. In Europe, a lot of tankers that were transferring Russian oil to India and China and other parts of the world now have to make sure that they don't sell it above $60. They have to present documents, and that has docked a lot of tankers to either in the sea or to different ports. So that is also reducing further down. It's reducing the exports of Russian oil and the revenues. And the revenues are very important because this is what we're interested in. What are the numbers showing? And the first line is about July 23. That's 8 months ago. The current account surplus had fallen by that time by 85% from 165 in July 22 to 25 billion, of 165 billion to 25 billion in July 22. The central bank forecast for 23 current account surplus was $26 billion, well, down from 227. So it's a really significant difference. But the current account surplus was down to $500 million in December 23. So it's being is going down much faster, and Russia already has spent half of the money, the liquid assets in its Russian in the National Welfare Fund. That fund had about $100 billion liquid assets. Half of it is gone. And where is the money coming now at the moment? The money is coming mostly from oil products, petroleum products that are produced in India from Russian oil, and from there distributed around the world. And this is the problem that the West needs to deal with now, to put a stop on this practice and to have a better view and better monitoring of where the oil is coming. For example, oil products produced from the Bulgarian refinery Lukoil in Burgas ended up in the United States, which we have embargo on Russian oil products and Russian energy, but apparently this is not working always. It's very tricky. It's very important, though, to be addressed, because petroleum products are expensive. And although India is benefiting a lot because India is selling those products, so the profit really stays with India, the oil that is being bought is still being paid to Russia. Let's look at the situation with gas. This is what Russia was trying to do. It was trying to do a pincer movement on the entire European continent, particularly in the Central and Eastern Europe, squeezing it between Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 and the Turk Stream from the south, and completely denying those countries any freedom to diversify their gas supplies. Well, instead of that, what happened is this. The lines that you see not fully for the pink one and the Nord Stream, these lines are no longer working. Gas is no longer coming from Nord Stream, is no longer coming from Yamal, and that was Russia's own initiative, by the way, to stop the gas supplies to Europe, thinking that this way they're going to put a lot of pressure on Europe, and Europe is going to be on its knees and beg for Russian oil, for Russian gas. Well, it didn't happen. Right now, we see a Druzhba pipeline, the green one, still operational, but it delivers very little gas to Europe. It's going through Ukraine. There is a contract that expires at the end of the year, and this contract is not going to be renewed by Naftogaz of Ukraine. If any European country wants to buy gas from Russia, they can have direct contract with Gazprom and additional contract with Ukraine for the transit. That's a much more complicated scheme, so probably the countries that are still importing Russian gas will have to find other sources. The main outlet for Russian gas at the moment is coming from Turkey through Blue Stream pipeline and Turk Stream pipeline down through the Black Sea. And this is another very important avenue that needs to be addressed. The gas is promoted as gas coming from the Turkish hub. No, it's Russian gas. About 21 billion cubic meters of Russian gas are coming from the southern part of Europe through the Balkans to Serbia, Hungary, Slovakia, and Austria. So if this is alternated in any way, if there is other suppliers that are plugging into this route, which can be used and should be used for alternative gas supplies, by the directive of the gas directive of the European Commission, then Russia would have to either reduce significantly or completely alternate that route. And this is a graph about the supply of gas. You can see the blue line, much lower down. The lowest one is Russian gas that came to Europe in 2023. And the little red one that you see the beginning, this is beginning of 2024. Very little compared to what it used to be. And this is all gas, not only pipe, but also LNG. And at the same time, the blue line, the dark blue line, has increased immensely for LNG supplies to the European continent. And this is several times increased. And the United States has managed to replace about 40% of previously supplied Russian gas already. hopefully, these quantities are not going to be reduced. They're only going to grow. We do have enough production of shale gas here in this country, and the companies that export and that have presently licenses to export, their licenses are not being affected by the temporary suspension of issuing of new licenses. So this is relatively good news for Europe, but it's still making the Europeans nervous. You can see Russia was very, very down in this. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't show you this graph with LNG several times up. And then this is what is happening, completely different from what it was before. Russia and other sources, they were in par in the past, and now they're completely divergent. What is the effect of this? You can see that Gazprom used to deliver about between 160, 180 billion cubic meters of gas to Europe, the biggest deliverer, the biggest supplier of gas, 45% of EU gas consumption in 2019. Now Russian gas company comprises only about 6% of total EU consumption. The United States LNG deliveries replaced 40% of Russian gas, and the United States is the biggest supplier of oil to the European continent as well. The impact on the companies there, Gazprom net profit has plunged 8.5 times in 2020 for the first half of 23, down from 26 billion, now it's about 3 billion. And Gazprom Neft, the oil arm of Gazprom, reported in November of last year a 43 annual slump in its second quarter net profit amid lower sales. Why is gas not going to other places? Why is gas not going to India, to China? There is one pipeline, Power of Siberia. There is a problem with the second pipeline that was planned to be built. The Chinese are also hedging their bets. LNG is not that easy for Russia to export. They have 3 LNG facilities, but they can't have new ones. One, because it takes a lot of money to develop. 2, it takes technology as well. And it also takes tankers to export that LNG. So the LNG export is very limited in Russia. And it's not going to affect that much the overall Russian exports. Last year, they managed to get about 11 BCM to Europe. And it's true that Spain and Belgium and some other countries have continue to buy Russian LNG, not necessarily for consumption in Europe. Much of it is re-exported. But nevertheless, that situation led to normalization of the gas prices in the European continent. And this is the important part of this is first, the European continent is safe from energy perspective. And secondly, the Russian revenues, the most lucrative ones were completely, they were lost. They're pretty much lost. Germany managed to build 3, I believe, LNG regas facilities, and they're building another 6, another 3, altogether 7, another 4. So Germany made an absolute turn from being reliant on Russian gas and Russian oil to completely surviving without it and switching to other sources. And if Germany, that was the biggest customer of Russia, managed to do that, so could Hungary and Serbia. Today was a news that Serbia is going to start receiving gas from Greece, which is a new development, which is important development. But I will stop here, and I'm sure there will be questions after that about Russian energy, about how this is impacting the war. In the meantime, Ukraine managed to increase gas production by 11% last year, and for the first time, it did not import any gas from anywhere. Also good news, but we have to have in mind that the economy has shrunk as a result of the war, and this is not going to be sustainable for a long time. They will need new energy sources, and they will need to develop them as well. the government is working on programs to not only to restore the energy capacity of the country, but also to renovate it, to make it suitable for the new era by developing renewable energy sources. But as Ambassador Popadiuk said, the damage is extremely high. The estimate is about $47 billion only on energy sector. This is going to be needed for the energy sector to restore what they have, let alone to develop new ones. So if the war ends tomorrow, probably this is going to start immediately, because the energy sector is something that Ukraine has been restoring and repairing all along, not waiting for the war to end. So Ukraine will have much better prospects. But it all will depend on how quickly the Russian economy is going to start affecting feeling the impact of the war, and whether these revenues from oil and gas, which comprise 60% of Russian budget, are going to really impact in any way military spending, let alone the falling infrastructure in Russia that we read about in the papers.
Well, thanks for sticking with me to the bitter end. We'll try to keep this relatively painless. I'm Andrew Fink, and I might have had to change my talk a little bit because until last Friday, I think I would argue that most of the sanctions that we've had on Russia have been primarily about punishing Russia or hurting it financially. Now, I'm not opposed to any of that, but I think instead of just punishing Russia, we can start moving into areas that can have a real effect on its physical ability to make war. Now, the 500 new sanctions that were just put out by the Treasury Department last week target lubricant manufacturers, machine tool makers and importers, and other important parts of the Russian industrial base that contribute to the war effort. Now, I think it's a great first step, especially in the lubricant sector. I'm going to show you that we're still nibbling around the edges, and I think there are some places we can take a big bite. This is important because Russia is not the industrial giant that it pretends to be, and it has some major industrial weaknesses. Russia is, as we just heard a bit, Russia is a raw materials giant, but it has very limited supplies or even shortages of the tools and the chemicals that can turn these raw materials into actual instruments of war. Now, in the short time we have, I'm going to talk about two critical examples I've been studying in the last year on lubricant additives and advanced machine tools. So mechanical lubricants are so ubiquitous in our modern society, we probably, those in this room, don't think about them until it's time to change the oil. Mechanical lubricants, if you don't have them and you're trying to wage a war, you have a shortage, it is very difficult to wage mobile warfare. You will have trouble getting trucks out to the front line. You'll have trouble running tanks or trains. Now, I know what you may be thinking. Mechanical lubricants are made of oil. Russia has a basically unlimited supply of oil, so why are we talking about this? I didn't realize this until I started looking into it. Saying mechanical lubricants are made of oil is a bit like saying that bread is made of flour. That's a true statement, but if you don't have other things like salt and yeast and maybe some butter, you're going to wind up with a pretty disappointing loaf. And in the bread analogy, these lubricant additives are the yeast and the salt. These are specialized chemicals that are blended into base oils to give these lubricants particular qualities that you need, like making them operate at higher temperatures or different pressures, making them less corrosive, preventing them from foaming. They usually make up between 1% to 30% of any lubricant mix, depending on the blend and what you're trying to achieve. Now, the lubricant additive industry is actually highly consolidated. There's about 5 or 6 companies that make something like 85% of all the lubricant additives out there, and they're American or Western European. And when they pulled out of Russia in early 2022, it resulted in a lubricant shortage within Russia. And we know about this from press reporting. And by the way, it's still there last time I checked, especially in specialized applications like high performance engines or large engines, that sort of thing. Yeah. as you can see, there's the crunch. I didn't make this chart. Somebody much better at graphics than I did. They're called Squeezing Food, and they have a great website. Check it out. There's the crunch, and you can see all these other colors over here on the left. These are the American and Western European companies pulling out of Russia. They've been replaced there on the right by mostly companies out of Asia. Now, there's a really fascinating South Korean story I can tell here. There's a really fascinating, possibly Iranian story I can tell here, and I can talk about it for hours, and if you're not careful, I will. But in the short time we have, I'm just going to talk about those blue bars right there. You see those dark blue bars on the right. Those dark blue bars are here, that facility, that's what's making it. It's called the Richful Additive Company. It's in Henan, China. It is listed on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. It had a very good year in 2022 and 2023. It has pretensions to export to the United States. It is trying to become a world champion in additive manufacturing, lubricant additive manufacturing. And as far as I can, this is the closest thing I've seen in the data I've looked at so far to an Achilles heel of the Russian economy. If you can't produce lubricant, or you produce lower quality lubricant, it will slow down your whole economy. And if we can somehow divert the production of this factory, perhaps see if they would prefer to deal with America versus Russia, something like that. I think you could have giant strategic effects. And even if all we accomplish is reducing the efficiency of Russian engines by 10 to 15%, that could be huge in terms of its effect, especially on the front lines. So that's Richful Lubricant Additives. Hopefully, Christopher Harrison, we're going to have an article about that out soon to tell you more about it. Once again, one facility in China that seems to be propping up the Russian economy. Now, looking at who's exporting it, now I'm going to look at who's importing it. Now, this is looking at an HS code. Don't have time to go into it now, but how you keep track of various imports and exports in the global economy. This is the HS code that covers most lubricant additives. And these are all the imports by weight into Russia from March 22 to June 23. The number one importer there, Gazprom Neft SM, as you can probably guess, this is the lubricant making subsidiary of Gazprom Neft, the oil making subsidiary of the giant Russian gas company. The second biggest importer is this company called Eurotechat, which before the war dealt in catalyst, but suddenly after March 23, it started importing large amounts of lubricant additives. I know from some other sources that Eurotechat is actually just a pass-through mostly for Lukoil lubricants, one of the other really big lubricant manufacturers in Russia. Now, over there on the right, I have a few excerpts from a document called the MOP. I forget what that Russian acronym stands for, but every year the Russians would publish a list of all of the fuels and lubricants that were authorized to be used in Russian war machines. Lukoil and Gazprom Neft feature very big on there. Gazprom Neft, for example, in greases for use in Russian armored vehicles, pretty much the only game in town. By the way, Lukoil and Gazprom are both kind of sanctioned, but the specific lubricant manufacturing parts of them are not. Now, this Richful to Gazprom or Lukoil connection is just, once again, I think the most egregious and the lowest hanging fruit. There's a whole bunch of stories there. So let's quick look away from lubricant additives, change, and we're just going to talk about advanced machine tools. CNC machines, computer numerical control machines, the higher end CNC machines. These are these, there's one in the bottom there. These giant machines that can be used to grind and shape metal, especially very hard metals. They're pretty much only used in the aerospace industries and the weapon industry. Russia no longer has the ability to make enough of these or enough of these that are good enough indigenously. It has to import them mostly, well, until recently, from Europe. Now, this is just, once again, the most egregious example I've chosen. There is a company, it still exists, it's called Gallica. It's based in Switzerland. It has for many decades exported first to the Soviet Union and then to Russia. They have until, I think, 2019, still on their website, they boasted, their Russian language website, they boasted about their connections to companies like Kalashnikov, you may have heard of, or ODK Saturn. The way they would get away with this, even though many of these companies have been sanctioned even after 2014, is by saying, oh, no. So Georg Fischer, this manufacturer of CNC machines, Galika will buy them and then sell them to a Galika partner company located inside Russia, usually named Galika something, Galika Service, Galika Metis. These companies are legally totally separate from Galika, but if you look at who actually owns and runs them, they're all Galika employees, former Galika employees. Galika, by the way, still has an office in Moscow. They have one of their former corporate officers is now a deputy guy at Rosoboronprom. Their official representative in Russia, as far as I can tell right now, is currently the general director of an important subsidiary of the Tula weapons plant. The fact that this was going on, I think, is bad enough. But guess what? The big war comes, they stop exporting, and all of their partners stop exporting to Russia in May of 2022. And instead, these Galika partner companies start importing directly from China. Georg Fischer has a subsidiary in China. They own 78% of it. Charmels Industrial Electronics, it has begun exporting to these same Galika partner companies. Once again, I think this is very low-hanging fruit, and I have three things I want to ask for at the end here. One, we really need to have a prosecution based on this, some high-profile case, put a head on a stake to actually increase the risk to Western companies. There might be one up here that I have in mind. To actually adjust their risk parameters to say if a Chinese subsidiary is suddenly ordering massive amounts of something that Kalashnikov was ordering massive amounts of 4 years ago, you should probably not fulfill that order. Thing two, not enough people are researching this, and I mean that also inside the U.S. federal government. The Commerce Department, Treasury Department, the parts of the DoD that handle this, they are greatly understaffed and under-resourced, and they don't have the time or capacity to be running after this. They should get that time and capacity. Last, and this is a controversial thing I'm going to say, at least in some circles. I'm sure you've seen all those articles about Western computer chips and microcontrollers in Russian weapons. Now, that's really important, and I'm sure there's a lot of great work that's been done there, but I think now we're getting myopia. We're focused on this too much. The vast majority of the Western computer chips recovered in Russian weapons are cheap microcontrollers. They're worth like 10, 20 cents each. They're basically commodities. Even if we somehow managed to completely shut down official Chinese export of these things into Russia, the Russian factories would send people in commercial air and fill up their duffel bags with these, micros in the name, right? Microcontrollers, and taking them back to Russia, and you wouldn't have an actual effect, I think, on the Russian war-making machine. If you look at other things like lubricant additives, these need to be shipped, in thousands of kilograms. These are giant trains going into Russia with this stuff. This isn't something you can hide. It's not something you can put even in your checked luggage, even if you're a platinum member. On the other end of the scale, we can look at these advanced machine tools. And a lot of these companies, they only make a couple dozen of these a year. These are really high-end things. You can track these individually and keep them from getting into the wrong hands. That is all. Please, everybody, let's focus on Russian industry, not just the finances, but focus on the actual molecules that Russia's using to wage war. There's an opportunity here. Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. I don't know whether we have time for questions, but let's have 5 minutes. I'm sure there will be. Please. A microphone here. Yes.
Hi, Irina from ODFFU. Is there a way to, where the Turk stream goes south, is there a way for Ukraine to cut off where it goes through Ukraine?
Turk stream is actually built on the basis of the Trans-Balkan pipeline that is used to come from Ukraine through Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria, going down to Turkey and supplying Greece and Turkey and, the Balkans. That pipeline was refurbished and now it's being used on the reverse. So the lower part, the southern part in Bulgaria, there is a compression station that was built on the Bulgarian-Turkish border, and it's pushing gas now from Turk stream up north. And from up north, it is going to, there was a new pipeline built by the previous Bulgarian government going west to Serbia. So it is completely different. But the pipeline is alive to Ukraine. So if we have alternative gas supplies, as for example, we can have delivered to the Komotini terminal that is not Komotini, it's Alexandroupolis LNG terminal that is in the process of being built. From there, directly it can go through Turk Stream, the so-called Balkan part of Turk Stream, up north and all the way to Romania, Moldova, Ukraine. It can be used on the reverse all the way. So that pipeline at the moment is being used to supply some quantities of gas to Romania and to Moldova. Some of the gas is from Azerbaijan. I have to be fair here. Azerbaijan made agreements with the countries in Bulgar gas company to transit Azerbaijani gas to Moldova. And that can come to Ukraine too. But the problem that Azerbaijan has is they can produce more gas if they have long-term contracts. At the moment, the European Union is a little bit of disarray of where they're going energy-wise, and everybody's staying away from a contract that's 10 or 15 years old, long. But if this is not done, Azerbaijan cannot develop new deposits. So it's the hope is for LNG, but for Eastern European companies to buy LNG from the United States is very complicated. They have to have credit rating of certain level. They have to have financially able to pay in advance. Then they have to wait. So it is Eastern Europe and Central Europe is really in a disadvantaged position in that respect. Only 10 big companies in Europe can import American gas because they have those conditions. In Eastern Europe, just we're not there yet. Yes.
You mentioned that company in Switzerland is that I'm by interest. Is Switzerland observing sanctions?
Yeah. I'm sorry. We have another question back there. Can I answer this one quick?
Go ahead.
Sure. The question was, is Switzerland observing EU sanctions? I'm not sure. So the only thing I can think to say about this is in 2019, Gallica got in the press in Switzerland for exporting some of these advanced machine tools to Venezuela as part of the Kalashnikov factory that Russia sold to Venezuela. So because apparently you can't make Kalashnikovs without foreign machine tools, which is news in itself. In the end, the Swiss authorities had to back off because they say these are not weapons, they are tools. I think there are things that can be done about this beyond the EU. And by the way, with Gallica, it is so dirty. I think that with very limited research, we can find things that even the EU would get upset about.
Well, Andrew, thank you for mentioning that because that's my question. I'm Jim Hake with Spirit of America. And Oksana, thank you for being up at 1 a.m. now. That's greatly appreciated here in DC. So on the research point, you said there ought to be many more people working on research on this. So what is the number of researchers that would make a difference? What's the scale of how that where that should be happening?
Well, I am not in the federal government. I haven't been working within any government office for quite some time. However, I've been informed by people who know that, for example, in OFAC, in the Treasury right now, there are 4 people working the Russia target. I think we should have at least 100 times that, especially given the kind of effects you could have on the battlefield here. I don't have a number in mind, but right now, I mean, we're at less than starvation, in my opinion.
So somewhere maybe around 400, but that's
maybe.
You're picking a number there.
Yeah.
But okay, a lot more than 4.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Russia has more in their troll factories.
Oh, and can I add something to that actually? And this is an important point I should have included in the talk. When I do my research, just me, amateur, in my spare time, especially in machine tools, I very often will be tracking down the subsidiary of the subsidiary that's owned by the brother or whatever, and I just stumble across this company is sanctioned by Ukraine. So somebody in Ukraine knows this. However, that information, there's no more information in Ukrainian. There's no more information in English. I think the Ukrainians, they know a lot of this stuff. They speak, many of them are native language speakers of the the country in question. They probably have better information than I can, and they can help us out a lot at figuring out what to target. And they're not doing it so far. I don't know why.
Well, that calls for joint grants between Ukrainian and American researchers to get the information out and help the government figure out what they need to do. Any more questions? Okay. Thank you very much for staying until almost 6 o'clock. That was such a great day. Really very interesting. Let's stay in touch. Of course. Yeah. Okay, I'll give you my card.
Yes, of course. The most important thing is that we do all try together to stay together for the reception tonight. So for those who don't know, it's in the program, the address, the location is the American Foreign Policy Center Council. If you can make it there, it would be great to discuss a lot of these things that we discussed all throughout the day, but this time getting it directly from you on all your opinions. I'd like to thank everybody who was involved in our event today. Obviously, some of the members of our volunteers, our interns who were doing a great job moving the table tents, making sure we have microphones. It's a great opportunity, and if there are more opportunities for you to attend in the future, please reach out to us and let's see if we can get more of our youth interested in doing this. I, of course, am going to thank all of the patron organizations, without which we couldn't have this event. I already mentioned the American Foreign Policy Council, very important. We will be there tonight. The Center for U.S.-Ukrainian Relations. I don't think we got the whole speech from Walter at the beginning, but we do know that we've been doing this for over 20 years. It is important that we keep on doing this because I don't think there's anything even close to this, especially with the 20-year plus legacy of how we get together. And we do plan to get together for another conference in June. I also want to thank the Civil Military Innovation Institute, first-time patron for us. Fantastic. That goes along with the incredible work of the Vogue Foundation and not just Zanovi, who we heard earlier today, but all of the wonderful Volchuk brothers and the work that they have been doing, not just within their institution, but also as leaders within the Ukrainian American community. We have to thank the Self-Reliance New York Federal Credit Union, without which the annual grants to all of our events here in Washington and New York do not happen. And as well as the Sawkiw Family Foundation and the Heritage Foundation, the First Security Federal Savings Bank. We know how grateful we are, not just for the events here, but the events that we try to do outside of Washington, trying to recap everything about Ukrainian American culture, Ukrainian American advocacy. To wrap up, we got a lot of good facts today. The videos are online, 2 big live streams. We'll try to break those up. Wonderful presentations. What do we do with that? We try to change hearts and minds. The war was not entered in Washington in the 1930s. There were 8 major non-interventionist America First acts. It took the 9th one for us to finally change our policy. Same thing happened in World War I. A lot of non-interventionism back then. And back in World War I, it was the tradition, it became a tradition, but it was started as something called Minutemen. And in between the time that a projectionist had to change the reels in a movie theater, people throughout this country would stand up in that 60 seconds or a couple of minutes and do their 1-minute pitch to their community about why it's important that we support and send and head over to Europe. Similarly, it's on all of us as ambassadors of what we've learned today to make your local contributions at the local level. Talk about all the jobs. Talk about all the money that's coming in. For God's sakes, let Washington pay Americans to have good, decent jobs underwritten by the federal government. and Ukraine will do the rest. Ukraine is holding the line. So thank you thank you again for coming. Please be active on social media, and more importantly, please be active, as I know many of you and your faces and your emails have told me, be active in your local community. That's where we change hearts and minds. Thank you very much.
The reception is at 5.